Are live, I believe, and welcome everybody to our special school board meeting here on January 20th. And it's an exciting day for all of us as we have 3 candidates to interview for our superintendent search. So with that, I believe this is televised, so hopefully everything's going great. Our setup is a little different than our normal meetings, but I think we're in good shape. So if you see the agenda, the item number 1 deals with our strategies. Item number 2 deals with our face covering policy. So anybody in here, please make sure that your face masks are up and covered. We appreciate that, as we're in a much smaller room today than normal, other than our candidate is okay. With that, I will ask that Ms. Steves, you determine if we have a quorum present.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do.
We do. Wonderful. Thank you. And if we would, everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Bellingham, thank you for leading us in the pledge. We well appreciate it.
You're welcome.
This brings us to item number 4, the approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Robichaud, a second by Mr. Bellingham. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. This brings us to item number 5, the interview of the semifinalist candidates for the superintendent position. And with that, our first candidate is here, Mr. Joe Brown. Welcome back. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we did introductions last time, right? And so I think you've heard us, we've heard you. I guess I would just ask if you have any opening comments or questions or anything before we get started. We do have 90 minutes allocated. I think we're a couple minutes in due to this, but we have 90 minutes allocated. Ms. Cavalier will let us know kind of that halfway mark to how we're doing on questions and answers and things like that. So with that, Mr. Brown, I'll turn it over to you if you have any opening comments or questions for us.
Well, first of all, thank you, board members, for serving on the board, and thanks for this opportunity. I understand the board received an anonymous letter from Fairmont recently, and I'd like to go through those points. When I reviewed that last night, I think I came up with 11 items, and so I'd like to touch on those. First of all, engaging and interesting. I hope that this is part of my personality, and I hope that that would continue. Point number 2, that I'm political. My background is a high school government and economics teacher. Also served 8 years in the Iowa Senate, and I do very much concerned about public policy, not partisan politics, but public policy. Education was always my #1 priority when I served in the legislature, being the chair of the Senate Ed Committee in the state of Iowa for 4 years, and the ranking member for 4 years. And I really do believe in the importance of government. And of course, public schools are government agencies, and those of us that work for public schools are government employees. I point out that in 2016, I did take 5 groups of students down to Mason City, Iowa to see presidential candidates. We saw Jeb Bush, Rick Santorum, and Donald Trump, all 3 Republicans, and we saw Hillary Clinton and who's the other guy? Bernie Sanders. Can't forget him. So we went down to see 5 different candidates, and I think it was very important to send high school seniors down to see candidates. The reason why a lot of candidates go into Mason City, Iowa, is that it's the last airport big enough for jets to fly into. The topic that I talk too much, I made the comment when I was last here that I've learned over the years to use my ears and my mouth in the same ratio, listen twice, talk once. I will point out that when I was a child, I had a pretty severe speech impediment. My father had a speech impediment. I was the youngest of 3 boys and followed him around quite a bit. I did take speech classes for 7 years, K through 6. Every Saturday I went to Mount St. Clair Academy for speech. So maybe I'm trying to catch up on my inability to talk back then. In terms of the issue about change, the charge in the letter said that I didn't focus much on education, finances, but I did hire a lot of faculty. Let me touch on all 3 of those. Education obviously is very important to me, and during my tenure at Fairmont, we had increased our college in the schools classes 24 college classes are now taught at Fairmont High School by our high school faculty. Students can actually earn an AA degree before they graduate. We did increase the number of vocational academies. We now have 5 vocational academies. We're in the process of building a 6th one, an HVAC academy, to add to our welding, our automotive, our agriculture, construction trades, and culinary arts academies. The finances, when I first went to Fairmont, after my first year, I realized we had to cut the budget. We cut $1.5 million. We cut 40 positions. We didn't cut any faculty, but if any faculty left because of retirement, we did not replace them. We did cut administration. We cut secretaries. We cut bus drivers. We cut food service. We cut paraprofessionals. 40 jobs were eliminated. Over the years, though, however, we added $1 million each year to the fund balance. I'm a real fiscal conservative, and so when I left Fairmont a year ago, we ended up with $11 million of cash, of unencumbered cash. In terms of hiring a lot of teachers, the only places that we added teachers, we added an ag teacher because we did not have an ag academy. We hired additional ELL teachers because of our increased number of children that needed ELL services, and we also added some special education teachers. But otherwise, we didn't add any faculty. The issue about girls basketball is kind of funny. When I first taught high school government at Montezuma, Iowa, which was one of the girls basketball capitals of the state, if you recall, that's when Iowa had 6-on-6 basketball. Does anybody remember that? They had forwards and guards that you could dribble once or twice. Well, they asked me to coach 7th and 8th grade girls basketball. I was a wrestler. I had never seen a basketball game in my life, but I did coach for 3 years. The mother of my 3 children was a really fantastic basketball player. She was a guard. And my youngest daughter, Madison, who's now 35, lives in Clear Lake, Iowa. She actually cut my hair last night. She was a 4-sport athlete, and her favorite sport was basketball. And I do go to a lot of girls' basketball games because very few people go. And I always felt sorry for the girls' teams, and so girls' basketball has been one of my favorite sports out of the 22 sports that we have. Someone mentioned about Facebook photos. I went through my Facebook page today, and every photo I have of anybody that I'm with, it's either my daughter or my spouse. There is one photo of a student, Cassandra Lopez, when she was doing her quinceanera, I think you pronounce it that way. And she is now a medical student at the University of Minnesota. She is a registered nurse already, and she's studying to become a doctor. And that's the only photo that's on my Facebook page of a student. The charge about staff sleeping their way to the top, I don't know where that's coming from. All of my administrators at Fairmont are male, except for one elementary principal who's been there before I got there. And we don't have a big staff. Creative ideas, facing the paper. Actually, my goal as superintendent was to get the newspaper to cover the school a lot. Not me, but the school. And so I worked very closely with the local education reporter. Brooke Woolraby is her name. She writes for the Fairmont Sentinel. And I always gave her good stories to write about to promote our faculty and our staff and our sports teams and our fine arts programs. The issue about me not being interested in the basics of reading and math is also kind of a funny charge. When I was at Fairmont, we revamped our entire elementary reading curriculum. We implemented Ready Gen, a very high-level reading curriculum for our students. For our math, we were constantly promoting the teachings of Jo Boaler. If you're familiar with her writings, it's really a lot of hands-on math, really encouraging people to learn a different way of math. And education obviously is very important to me. The graduation rate at Fairmont is somewhere right over about 90%. It's gone as high as 92%. I wish it was 100%, but it's a pretty high graduation rate. The fact of the matter is I did go through a divorce a year ago. My wife Robin and I were married for 30 and a half years. We were a Brady Bunch family. We raised 6 children together, 3 boys, 3 girls. I have 2 daughters and a son, and Robin has 2 sons and a daughter. and they are now both, we have two that are 35, two that are 37, a 39-year-old and a 41-year-old. For 15 of the 30 years that we were married, we lived in different cities because of our jobs. And I am still very saddened at Robin's decision to seek a divorce, but I respect her wishes. Just for the record, I'm not dating anyone, and nor have I been dating anyone. So anyway, and finally, there has been no place in my entire working career, whether it's public sector, private sector, has there been an inappropriate relationship with any staff member. When I first went to Austin High School as principal, Dr. Jim House was my superintendent, and he gave me a word of advice, which I've always kept: keep your hands in your own pocket. And he meant that both figuratively, focus on the things that a high school principal is supposed to do, but stay out of everybody else's business, but also keep your hands off of people. Don't be touching students, don't be touching staff. I didn't anyway, but that was good. So I did notice that any time that I would talk to a student in the hallway or had to call him or her out in the office, out of their classroom, I always physically put my hands in my pocket. So when I would talk to them, there was no charge that I was pointing to the student or causing any conflict. The Faribault School Board, obviously you have a very important decision to make in the next 48 hours. You need to select a superintendent that's going to represent your district ethically and responsibly. And I hope I'm that person. But let me say this publicly: if you do not feel comfortable, don't select me. Okay? I'm ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We
Yep.
appreciate it. Okay, now we will turn it over to our questions. And Mr. Olson, I believe you are first.
I can call you Joe, right?
You bet.
Okay. The recent district-wide survey clearly shows the parents have a lack of trust due to not feeling informed or heard. What do you see as the best way to restore a relationship with them and with the community?
I also observed that too when I first read the consultant's report. That's one thing I observed, that there seems to be a disconnect between what we used to call town and gown, between the educational facilities and the school and the community. Only 1 out of 4 households in America have children in school. 75% of households don't, because their children have either outgrown their families or they simply don't have children. I think it's important to be very inviting, to encourage parents and non-parents to be involved in the school activities. It's important to consistently talk about the good things that are happening. I understand that you have a communications director now, and I think that's a great addition. I've never had one before until I went to Clear Creek, Amana this last year, and boy, is that super to have somebody that can immediately send out information. So keeping people informed very quickly before it hits the social media is important to do. Second of all, it's, I'm a very public person. I did mention that if I was selected, I would physically be living in the town of Fairmont on or before July 1. I've kind of scheduled my time so that most of June is going to be open for me. I'll have some vacation time at the end of my current contract, and what I'd like to do is spend the last few weeks of June here in the community to get to know the community and get to know the schools, and before the July 1 contract would begin. But I think it's important for leadership to live in the community, for superintendents to actually live in the town. Every place I've served in Fairmont, I lived in, that's one reason why 15 years of my marriage, I lived in different towns. I always felt I should live where my paycheck is. And so it's important. I also mentioned last time that, I personally provide my cell phone number for people to call. A member of our audience here, Dee, actually called me last week. He saw that he could call me, and he did. We talked for a while. And that's a great way to learn. I was at a girls' basketball game the other night and sat with the parents of number 44. I don't know their last name, but the daughter's first name is Bliss, 6'1", 10th grader. She scored 12 points, by the way. But sitting there talking to the parents, and again, I mentioned that. I do that a lot. I go to basketball games, football games. I go to a lot of events, and I sit with different people, and I want them to know that they can talk to me about anything going on in the school. If there's a concern that happens in our community, obviously I'd like to have individuals follow the chain of command. You know, if there's a concern in a classroom, I always ask the question, what did the teacher have to say when you had that concern about your daughter or your son? Did you talk to the teacher first? And if the person says, well, I feel uncomfortable talking to the teacher, then sometimes I would say, I would volunteer to come with you and we can talk to the teacher together. But you need to start there first. And then if you aren't getting resolution there, you can talk to the principal of the building and then eventually work yourself up to the district office. But I think the one way to develop trust is to be open, honest, to be available 24/7. And that's my career. I've done this for 27 years, and I've been consistently open, honest, ethical, and available. And that's the way to do it. The other thing I'll mention, too, I started this when I went to Fairmont. When I first went to Fairmont, there was a disconnect with the local newspaper. The Fairmont Sentinel was not a big fan of the school. And so I went down and visited with the editor and the education writer and the publisher for about 2 hours. I just went down to introduce myself to them. And I said, I'll do this every year. I'll come down every year before the beginning of school. And I'll tell you a little bit about what we've done, and I'll tell you about what we plan to do this next year. It was almost like a state of the school address with the local newspaper. And they really appreciated that. And I also gave our school, I don't know what your policy is, but we had a TV station that came out of, trying to think of what town it came out of. Probably Mankato was the closest. But they would come. Mankato does not allow TV cameras into their school. We did. And so we would allow the television cameras to come in and do interviews with our faculty or our students or administration. And that was just another way to keep promoting public information to get that out.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Hi, Judd.
Faribault Public Schools has a levy renewal coming up soon. How would you lead and facilitate a successful levy campaign?
Well, when I was at Fairmont in 11 years, John, we had 3 opportunities to pass an operating levy. The first operating levy that we tried to pass, it was an increase. And if you remember, that would have been 2011, I think. It was right after the state got some TARP money. And the legislature at the time was pointing out that, schools got all this money. All this extra money came to schools. Well, the schools never got the money. The state simply didn't fund it, but they used federal funds to backfill. But so when we tried to pass an operating levy, the 2 local legislators came out and they said, you don't need the extra money. You're getting extra money. And we showed everything we could. We showed to the community that we were not getting extra money, and that if we didn't get extra money, we were going to have to cut. And sure enough, the operating levy increase did not pass the first time, and so we cut. We cut the $1.5 million. We cut 40 jobs. The next time that we ran the operating levy, the board made the decision that we're not going to cut any programs, but we're not going to fund any sports. We're not going to fund the band, the choir, or the orchestra. We can still have those things, but we're not going to fund them. So if you want your child to be on those programs, you're going to have to pay a significant amount of money. And that operating levy increase passed significantly. And then just, I think it was 2 years ago, we renewed the levy again for 10 years. And once again, it's important to teach, we're teachers, and it's important to teach the community, these are the economic facts of life. Now, we're fortunate here in Minnesota where 80% plus of our funds come from St. Paul. About 5% come from the federal government, and the other 15% is local property tax. And so it's important to teach people that, we live in a unique state. Your property taxes to operate the school, it's not very high. Much of your property tax to fund the schools is probably for bonds if you're building or enhancing facilities. And it's important to teach people that. But to operate a school, and I was looking back at this letter again, I was thinking to myself, some people get upset in education when I make the comment that we are a business. And I do feel that we're a multi-million-dollar facility. You know, we spend millions of dollars to get kids to and from school, to feed them every day, to provide the education they need, to do the heating and utility bills. And the more we can give information to people about how our schools are physically and financially operated is important to do. And then to let them know the consequences, that if this does not happen, then this will happen. And then to follow through on that. I think it's important to do that. And I love to campaign. I think it's important to campaign. I like going to service clubs. I like doing the interviews. I like doing those type of promotional things to encourage people to support their local school.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. After reviewing information and data about Faribault and Faribault Public Schools, what are some new or current programs that you will guide the district to focus on in the first year or years of your superintendency?
Good question. Well, first of all, I think the number one focus has to be on looking at let me give 3 big ticket items. One, to really, first of all, analyze the open enrollment out and the open enrollment ins. In the current school district I'm in, at Clear Creek, Amana, and at Fairmont, we do a monthly report of the changes of enrollment, and we make that information available to the school board. And I always want to know exactly why did somebody leave the district and why did somebody come. And Minnesota and Iowa have different open enrollment laws. And Minnesota is much more open. You know, you can open and enroll at any time of the year. In Iowa, you can only open and enroll at a certain time. And if you miss that deadline, you can't open and enroll. But you can leave. You can leave and you can move or whatever. And just for your information, I was the first legislator in the country to pass the open enrollment law in Iowa. And Governor Branstad vetoed it. Governor Perpich from Minnesota picked it up the next year. They passed it. And then we caught up to Minnesota and we passed it. So Iowa and Minnesota became the first 2 states. The point of that story, though, I always want to find out, why did somebody leave? And if it takes a phone call from me or from someone on the staff, or as they sign the student out, to have the secretary, building secretary, really drill down. Why are you leaving? Why are you going to Medford? You know, why are you going over here? And now, if it's because of a job opportunity, or maybe it's a separation or divorce situation, or an illness, or you know, something like that, that's important to know. And then I also want to know why they're coming in. One thing I've always done over the years is that when somebody open enrolls into the district, I actually handwrite a little thank you note to that parent, put my business card in there and circle my cell phone number and say, if there's anything I can help you with, please contact us. And so that's one thing I would focus on. And I realize that looking at your data, you have more students going out right now than you have coming in. And it's funny about finances. I would guess every employee at Fairmont would tell you what a WADM is, a weighted average daily membership, because that's what finances schools in Minnesota. What's your weighted average daily membership? That's how you get your money. And so that would be the number one thing I would focus on. The second thing is, you have a graduation rate now of 70%. We need to get that increased, and we need to focus on why. And a student doesn't drop out of school just because they can. They drop out of school because they either didn't learn how to read well at the end of 3rd grade, or they might be new to country and they just didn't get the basic skills they needed. And so we really need to take an individual focus, almost an individual learning plan on every single student, kind of like an IEP for a special ed. I do believe every student should have an individual learning plan, and we should focus on that person to find out what we do as a system to get that person to be successful. The other thing I'll mention that when I was at Austin High, we also had about a 70% graduation rate when I first went to Austin in 2000. And one thing, we had about 300 students coming into the 9th grade. What we did my first year, we selected 100 of the 300 students. And they were not special ed students, they were not ELL students, but they also were not proficient. And back then, that's when we had the basic skills, reading and math exams, and we could tell that they were low. And so we selected 100 students, we put them in 4 groups of 25, we put them on a modified block schedule. And so they didn't have 7 classes a day, they only basically had 3. And we had, our best teachers would teach 2 sections of math, or 2 sections of language arts. 87 of those students earned every one of their 9th grade credits. What research shows is if a student falls behind in 9th grade by more than 2 credits, there's hardly any chance they'll ever graduate. And so focusing on that 9th grade class is super important. That's the second thing. And of course, the third thing, Chad, that we talked about earlier is this trying to connect the community. There's an old labor saying, we all do better when we all do better. And this community will do better when 100% of our kids graduate. Our community will do better when the community and the school district join hands and work towards a common goal. We'll all do better economically. We'll all do better socially. So those are the things I would focus on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Casey?
Mr. Sesker served as our superintendent for over a decade. We're hopeful that our next superintendent is also as committed to our district. Is this a reasonable expectation for us? Should we choose you for this position?
Is there a reasonable expectation of what?
Should we choose you for this position? Do you want me to reread the question?
No, I can't. What's the very last phrase? Is there a reasonable expectation of?
Is this a reasonable expectation?
Oh,
Should we
the
choose
longevity?
you? Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Let me point out, my father lived to be 94 years old. He died 5 years ago yesterday. And it was a surprise. When I found out he passed away, I got the phone call. I was stunned. I really thought his goal was to live to be 100, and I was surprised. And he worked almost all the way up to his 94th year, not at a full-time job, but after he retired from DuPont Cellophane, he ended up with a button business. He ended up with 5 button machines, and he made well over probably 2 or 3 million buttons, political buttons and Iowa Hawkeye buttons, okay? Don't want to say that too loud. Anyway, a lot of Chicago Cubs buttons. I planned to work for many, many years. And when I first went to Fairmont, they asked me how long I was going to stay. I said a minimum of 10. And I would love to serve here for multiple contracts. And I think we have enough work to do that it will keep us all busy. But my commitment would be a longevity.
Thank you.
Joe, in today's highly political, polarized environment, how would you ensure students are taught critical thinking skills while remaining apolitical, balanced, and/or politically neutral?
That's a good question. First of all, let me ask you a question. Do we teach, I'm sure we teach American government when kids are seniors and probably an economics class. Do you require a 9th grade civics class?
I don't believe so.
Do we know? No, okay. Something to think about. There are schools, at Fairmont, all students have to take a 9th grade civics class. Of course, they take Minnesota history in 6th grade, they take a 9th grade civics class, but when they get to high school, either as a junior or a senior, they have to take a semester of economics and a semester of American government. Number one, I think it's important for all students to fully understand how the American political system works, how government works. As I mentioned, we have 3 students that are on the Fairmont School Board as ex officio non-voting members. I believe that students should have very active student government, student councils. There should be different clubs and organizations in the school. I don't think it's the purpose of public schools to develop all Democrats, all Republicans, or all independents, but I think it's important for schools to let students know that there are options, that there are choices, there is different political philosophy, and that's okay. We found that out last night when we watched the United States Congress vote on whether or not to expand the voting rights bill, for example, and how a filibuster works, and why we have a filibuster rule in our American U.S. Senate, and how that works. The House of Representatives doesn't have that, but the Senate does. I think it's important to know that. I did have an opportunity to listen to the president's 1 hour and 52-minute press conference yesterday. A lot of different topics, both foreign and domestic. I think that's so important for all students to have access to information so that they have a global view of what's happening in the world. Things are not just happening in Faribault or Rice County or Minnesota. They're happening all over the world. And I think it's important to encourage students to learn as much as they can. I also think it's important for students to come to school board meetings to observe, to go to city council meetings to observe, to go visit their state legislators, to invite their local congressman, the governor, the lieutenant governor down to the school to talk. I mentioned when I was at Fairmont a few years ago, we had the Supreme Court come down to hear a case. The Minnesota Supreme Court, the 7 members came down and heard a case in front of our student body. That was really a fascinating experience for our students to observe. We had former Justice Alan Page and the president of the Minneapolis Federal Reserve Bank, Neil Kashkari. They came down and met with our student body, our high school students, to talk about not only economics, but to talk about the need to maybe think about revamping the constitutional clause in the Minnesota Constitution that talks about education that was written in 1856, prior to the Civil War. It might need to be updated. It's so important in this day and age to get kids to get excited about our government. I'll just mention, my government teacher was Ray Doyne, D-O-Y-N-E. Mr. Doyne was a military veteran. He served in Japan after World War II, served there for 8 years, and he came to teach high school government. And he had a great phrase: learn how to use your government or they will find a way to use you. And I think that's important, that we need to encourage students to learn how city councils, county supervisors, county commissioners, state legislatures, Congress, president, governor, how school boards, how they work and how they have access. The final thing I'll mention is this. Sorry to lobby this, but Jefferson wrote, the only way for a representative democracy to work, you need 3 things. You need a well-educated populace. 2, you need access to public information. And 3, you need access to public policy decision makers. If any of those 3 things break down, you're going to have a tough time keeping a representative democracy that we currently have. That's what we need to teach children. And when I was out visiting my son out in Portland, Oregon, last July, he works at Barnes & Noble. I picked up a book on critical race theory that was published in 1982. I had heard the phrase critical race theory. I didn't know much about it. And so I picked up this book. It was a law book that was taught at a university, and I picked it up and started reading it. I got to tell you, I haven't read all 400 pages, but at least I'm exposed to the concept. But anyway. Sorry. Did you have a follow-up to that, Richard?
Is there a follow-up allowed?
There's follow-up allowed, absolutely, yep.
You just mentioned the CRT.
Yeah.
I mean, what is your belief in that, or non-belief?
Well, we don't teach CRT at our school. I don't think that's appropriate necessarily to teach it. It's a legal doctrine that's been around for about 40 years. It's been taught at major university law schools. The question is, the question I would always ask, I'll tell you this story. In 1975, I was teaching American government in Montezuma, Iowa, and I'm teaching about the Civil Rights Act of 1965. And I started tearing up. And the student said, Mr. Brown, I'm sorry, are you okay? I said, no, I'm not. I said, we're talking about the Civil Rights Act of 1965. This is 1975. You kids were 8 years old. When you were 8 years old, we didn't allow certain types of people, based on their skin color, to live in certain areas in this country. We didn't allow certain people to be in motel rooms. We didn't allow certain people to get on public transportation. That was only 10 years ago. That broke my heart. And so the point of that story is, has there been a time in our history that we discriminated against certain types of people? Women, yes. They've only been able to vote for 102 years. Did we discriminate against African Americans? Yes. In World War II, did we discriminate against the Japanese? Yes. I think it's important that students understand our history, and that they need to understand that change is good. And that's part of the issue that we're facing here in Minnesota, and specifically what you're maybe facing here in our region. The demographics are changing, and that's okay. So I'm not taking blame for anything that happened back before I was born, but I don't think we can hide it either. When I was in Mankato, I lived in Mankato for 8 years, and of course that's the last place that we hung 38 Native American Indians in 1862. A lot of folks didn't know that. And yet we lived in Mankato for 8 years. And all of a sudden it's like, geez, this is that's historic. I think it's important for kids to know the history. I don't think it's important to blame people, though. I'm not willing to accept the blame. I'm willing to accept the opportunity for change.
Thank you.
Joe, as we looked at your resume and as we reviewed it, you've held a variety of positions, both public and private. As you recollect on all of them, which of those positions did you find most rewarding and why?
Jerry, every job I've ever had, I've always enjoyed. I enjoyed being a rock and roll drummer, and I don't know if I wrote that in one of the answers or not, but somebody asked me one time, which one of those 7 careers best prepared you to be a superintendent? And I wrote rock and roll drummer. Did I tell you that story last time I was here?
I think we read it.
Oh, well, it is, and I do have I bought a new set of Ludwigs about 3 years ago, and I do play drums still. And the thing I've learned as a drummer, and I taught drums at a music studio for a number of years. I played in a rock and roll band for 8 years, played in a band called the Union Jacks, which is the British flag. They're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Iowa. And but a drummer has a responsibility. You're in the back row. I don't sing, by the way. I do not sing. So I'm in the back, behind the scene, but you have to keep a steady beat. Sometimes you have to play really fast. Sometimes you have to play really slow. Sometimes you have to play really loud, and sometimes you have to play really soft. Sometimes you have to be a soloist. But you always have to keep a steady beat. And I was working at the district office yesterday, and we were dealing with kind of a sensitive issue, and somebody said, "Joe, you're always so calm." And I said, "Yeah, I am. I am calm, but because you have to keep that steady beat. If somebody saw that I was being uncalm or irrational, I would be concerned about that." My days in the legislature, they were challenging. I was 27 when I was elected. I was 35 when I voluntarily chose not to run again. In Iowa, legislators got paid $12,000 a year. And the second term, we got paid $14,400 a year. And what was challenging about that was that, it was called the rule of 77. You needed 26 senators to vote yes. You needed 51 House members to vote yes. You needed the governor to sign his name or her name. And it took so long. That was probably the most frustrating part of my career, was serving in the legislature, is that it just took so long to get a bill passed. 22 steps to get a bill passed, from the time you originate it, get it sent to law, to legal counsel, to go all the way through the process. When I joined the Unisys Corporation and traveled, that was really a fascinating experience because I had not traveled very much. And when I joined the Sperry Univac company, which then became known as Unisys, I focused on library automation. And that was before the internet, that was before email, but the Sperry, the same system that ran the PALS library system here in Minnesota that was designed at Mankato State, that was on a Unisys 1100 mainframe. And we sold that to big cities. Chicago Public Schools had that, Los Angeles Public Schools, Washington, D.C. schools. But the point of that story is I got to be in the public sector marketing for Unisys for 8 years, and I got to travel in almost every state in the country. And when I travel, worked for Unisys, I'd work during the day, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. And at nighttime, I would do one of two things. I would either go to a local Major League Baseball game, especially if the Cubbies were playing, and then I'd also go visit a library or archive. I'm a big, I'm just a big believer of libraries and archives, and that's what I would do at night. I wouldn't bar hop. I would simply go and either look at a sports team or I would go to a library, and that was very rewarding to me. However, when I first came back to Minnesota in 1993, Robin and I moved there to Mankato with our 6 children. All 6 of the kids were in school. There was an article in the Mankato Free Press that because of the way they changed the rule of 90, the expectation was that within 2 years there'd be thousands of teaching jobs and hundreds of administrative jobs. So Robin went back to school during the day to become a high school photography and art teacher, and this is her 26th year teaching. I worked during the day for Unisys Corporation, and at nighttime, 4 nights a week, I went to Mankato State to earn my principal's license. And serving as a principal, my first year was at Barnum, then I served 3 years at LeSueur Henderson, 1 year in inner city Chicago, 5 years at Austin, then I became a superintendent. The high school principalship, in my opinion, is the most challenging job in public education. I know that one of the candidates that's seeking the superintendency is the high school principal right now. That is a challenging job. The high school is the flagship of the community, and if anything's going to happen, it's probably going to happen at the high school. And but I always enjoyed those 10 years I served as a high school principal. Serving as a superintendent, though, for 17 years, what I've learned there is you can actually have a vision and make it happen. When I first went to Fairmont, our vocational program was basically wiped out. It had been shut down 25 years before because of economic conditions. And during those 11 years, with the vision that the board had and I had together, working together, we developed those 5 vocational academies, and that's what stopped the open enrollment out by giving high school students more choices, not only the college classes or the fine arts classes, but now they also have the vocational classes. So all of those jobs I enjoyed. I wouldn't pick one over the other.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Based on your brief study of Faribault Public Schools, what is something innovative and needle-moving that you would like to pursue based on your world's best workforce analysis?
My understanding, and I was briefed a little bit by Nort Johnson, who's the head of the chamber, is that right? About the new program you have with the health care. You've made a connection there, and I don't know if there's another program like that you're pursuing, but those are the type of programs I think we need to really take a look at. And I'll tell you what's neat about doing that. That's going to increase the community support for Faribault schools by having our students go out. I use the example that when we developed our welding academy at Fairmont, 20 welding booths, 4 different levels of welding. Students earn their college certificate of welding before they graduate. But many of those students go to work for Zerke Built Manufacturing. And I asked Greg Zerke, the owner of Zerke Built Manufacturing, they moved to town. They actually moved their plant to Fairmont because of our welding academy. I said, what do you like about our students that you have hired? I said, I love them. They know how to weld. They know how to read blueprints. They're drug-free. They actually come to work every day, and they're just darn nice kids. And I'm thinking, is that a great commercial for Fairmont High School? That we're producing students that are good citizens, that they're skilled workers. They know what they're doing, and they've received a quality education, and they know the importance of going to school every day and going to work every day. So that's one area that I would really like to be involved in, to really get to know the entire commercial manufacturing base and where we can make a direct connection. The whole issue of internships with students and getting apprenticeships set up for kids. I'm not opposed to students going to a traditional four-year college. One of my 6 children is a high school teacher at Mankato. But my daughter, who cut my hair last night, makes more money than any of my 5 children because she's such a skilled worker with her cosmetology shop. So that's one area I would really like to pursue.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I have a follow-up on that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I know it sounds like you believe in the trades.
Yes.
One thing in the Faribault area is machinists. I mean, they can go to South Central, I think it's a 2-year degree, and come out earning a hell of a lot of money.
Right.
Would you pursue something like that?
I would. And if you notice my background, one of the jobs I forgot to mention, Jerry, I was a turret lathe operator at Cloud Corporation manufacturing fire hydrants when I went to college. So my 3rd and 4th year at William Penn College, I actually worked for Cloud Corporation for 3 years. And my father, after World War II, was a millwright at DuPont Cellophane Company. A millwright is somebody who, at DuPont Cellophane, they actually make cellophane in Clinton out of wood pulp. It's kind of an odd thing, but they do. It's a big plant. But my father was a mechanic in World War II in the Army Air Corps, and when he got out of World War II, he went to work for DuPont Cellophane for 34 years. So being a skilled worker and learning how to run a turret lathe, I could, to this day, I know I could go back into Cloud Corporation and run this Gestalt turret lathe in my sleep. I know every step. I did it for 3 years on the 4 to 12 shift. And in the daytime, I went to college and did my student teaching. Now, with the computerized machining that's going on, it's a lot different. I'm not even sure they make Gestalt turret lathes anymore because a lot of it's automatic. But that's why, if you notice, I don't call vocational classes anymore. I really refer to them as skilled worker classes. Because at one point, I think we talked about, this goes back to many years, those kids go down the hallway, they're down in the shop, And now it's like, wow, you're in the skilled trades? Because, I know how much money my daughter makes. As a skilled worker, as a cosmetologist, it's almost unbelievable. She has her own airplane. She's very successful. And it's like, but she's a skilled worker. And so getting students excited about those careers and getting them involved, and that's where we have to work on some connection. And if it takes working with the legislature or working with the governor, I know Governor Walz personally is very, very interested in increasing the number of skilled workers in Minnesota. And, for 5 years in a row, the legislature in Minnesota about providing state funding for public high schools that provide vocational classes that are taught outside of the traditional school day. We never got the bill passed by both chambers, but it had an $11 million price tag on it. Now, Minnesota has a $9 billion surplus right now. I think they can afford $11 million. But here's the punchline. Minnesota needs to replace 239,000 skilled workers in the next 24 months. Why is that true? Because they're part of the baby boomer generation. And if you're a baby boomer, if you're 70 years old, you're not laying brick anymore. You're probably not doing plumbing, and you're probably not doing electrical. But we need to replace those people. And if you think of the fiscal, and when we presented to the legislature, we said, do you folks understand how much money you're going to lose? when 239,000 skilled workers, plumbers, electricians, carpenters are no longer working? It's going to be in the millions. So it's cheaper to fund this program now. Now, why are we promoting vocational classes outside the regular school day? Well, because many of our students, their schedules are so jammed right now, they have no time to take a vocational class. And if you leave campus to go to South Central, is it South Central that's here? If you leave campus, it's not, you just can't go over there for an hour. It takes a while to get there, it takes a while to come back. You're really taking a big chunk of your day. So the question is, why not do that? The other story I'll tell you, I'm sorry I'm so long-winded today, but that's me. Austin has a Riverland Community College in Austin has a wonderful construction trades program. It's a 2-year program. There's 8 students that are in that program total, 8. They could have many, many more. And Walt Alms is the head of that program. I talked to Walt, and I said, Walt, because he was talking to us about, why don't you send some Fairmont kids over to take these classes? I said, well, it's 80 miles away. You know, that's not going to work. I said, would you consider teaching a class on Saturday, like an 8-hour class on Saturday? He said, well, community college, we don't teach on Saturdays. I know you don't, Walt. But you have dormitories in Austin, right? Yeah, right across the street from our shop. What do you do in the summertime with those? We clean them. Oh, here's an idea. Would you consider having high school kids come and live on campus during the summer, and then you teach 12 weeks of a construction trades class, 8 hours a day? We don't work in the summer. Walt, I know you don't work in the summer, but you have 8 kids. Your program is going to get shut down. And we need construction people. So my favorite commercial is a Reese's peanut butter commercial with the peanut butter and the chocolate that they combine, and you get a better product. We've got to start thinking differently. That's one of the criticisms of that letter, I guess, is that I do think differently. I'm not a traditional administrator. I'm sorry for that. If you're looking for that, do not select me, because I think we have to do things differently. I just finished reading a book about Ted Turner, about him putting together CNN, and somebody made fun of him and said, who's going to watch news 24/7? He said, nobody is. But why be so arrogant to think you're only going to watch news at 5:30 at night? You know, you got to make it available for people. I think we need to make public schools available for people at different hours of the day too. There's nothing magic about 8 to 3. I think we need to, if we're going to be flexible. And here's the other part of the story. You know, Iowa, the legislature will pass a tuition bill this year for private schools. The legislature and the governor are all in favor of it. It's going to pass. And so, you know, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, the 3 states tend to be trendsetters. And if public schools are going to survive economically, they need to be a little more creative. How are we doing for time?
That's what we're going to talk about right now.
Okay. All right.
We are halfway through our questions. So take a couple sips of water there. We're a little behind schedule, everybody, but we did reserve some time at the end for you to make some open comments, and you made some at the beginning.
Okay.
So we probably are doing okay for time, but just so everybody's conscious of it. So please make sure you pause, though, to take water breaks when you
I'm
need.
set to go. Yep.
Okay, so technology, distance learning, online schools, and all that we've learned we're capable of during the pandemic, what do you believe public education, and this builds off what you were just saying, will look like in the next 5 to 10 years?
It's going to be different. It will be. I go back to the point of, does your school use Schoology?
Yep.
Okay. Schoology has really opened up my eyes about how we teach. We teach differently today than we would have taught maybe 5 years ago even. And I kept thinking, as a student, you know, I never missed a day of school. Even with 9 sets of broken bones, I went to school every day. And I missed one class in college in 8 years. because I forgot about a Thursday night class, and I had to make it up. But the point of that story is people learn at different times, whether it's in the morning or during the daytime or at nighttime or on the weekends. And, you know, we keep telling our teachers, we keep requesting our teachers at least, that when they create an exam, don't ask a question that somebody could Google and get the answer. You know, you got to think differently, because if you can just Google something, that's probably not the best test question. So I do think things are going to change. And then the question becomes, why would somebody even want to come to any public school? And that's going to be the big question that's going to come down the pike. And it's got to be more than just the traditional 4 basic classes. It's got to be unique things that they cannot get somewhere else. I was talking to the superintendent, Andy Trado, who took my spot at Fairmont, talking to him a couple days ago, and he was telling me about the aviation class. We have an aviation class at Jerry Brooks, our high school. One of our high school math teachers created a ground school class, so students can come and take a ground school class at Fairmont during the day, and then at nighttime, Jerry takes them flying in his airplane, not the schools. But many of these students then go ahead and work on getting their pilot's license. But we're the only school in that whole region that teaches a ground school class. We didn't ask for that. The school board didn't ask for that. But Jerry said, you know, I like to fly, and I have my own airplane, and I'm certified to teach a ground school class. Well, we have kids that have now open enrolled full-time to Fairmont because that's where they get this one class. And so I would always encourage our faculty and staff to think about, is there a class that you would like to teach that is a little bit different that no one else has in the region that you think might attract students in? And it might be a class that that teacher would teach virtually. And that's okay too. And I'm not sure how your teacher's contract is. And we haven't talked about contract negotiations at all, but I love contract negotiations. That's my specialty. And I like putting things in the contract that help the system, help the faculty, but also help the system. And we can talk about some of those if we have time later on. But things are going to be different. We got to be flexible, and we got to, when we recruit teachers, and I'll point out that one of the things, and again, Faribault is much closer to the Twin Cities, and therefore it's a little more competitive in terms of where teachers can come and go. Most of the faculty that we've recruited at Fairmont in the last 11 years, almost everyone are still there. I think there's only 5 teachers that have left, and those that left, it's because their spouse got another job someplace else, or because they got married and actually wanted to live with their spouse. And but otherwise, very few people leave. So recruiting folks that are innovative and creative, that really love to teach. And I'll tell you my secret publicly. Ready for this? I don't serve on interview committees with teachers, but I do meet every teacher that is recommended to come to the board. I like to meet with them first to make sure we put them on the proper place on the salary schedule. And when I have these informal discussions with teachers, I ask myself 3 questions internally. Does that person like who he or she is? My second question is, does that person like students? I think if you're going to hire teachers, you should hire teachers that actually like students. And my third question I ask is, would I be willing to put any one of my 6 children in your class? And my 6 children range from here to here. I have a stepson who's hearing impaired and sight impaired. And I have the children just range all over. The 3 boys and 3 girls, all totally different kids. But I feel comfortable putting any one of those 6 in your class. And if I can say yes to all 3 of those questions, I'm going to move you forward. If any of those 3 questions, if I have concerns, I'm going to put the stopper on. But things are going to change. They're going to change. And school needs to be, in my opinion, I'm not sure it needs to be 24/7, but it needs to be more than You know, we use our public schools 14.7% of the school year. 85.3% of the year our kids are not in our buildings. I don't think that's defensible anymore.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, tell us about a staff mentorship or upward movement plan that you have put in place or used in your previous districts.
Well, I'll give the example of Andy Trado. I think some of you have talked to Andy. Some of you talked to Mr. Trado. Andy was a sixth grade science teacher when I first got to Fairmont 11 years ago. And he was just a great science teacher. I just loved him. His wife is a second grade teacher of us. They have 4 children that are in our district. 22 members of the Trado family are educators. 22 members of the Trado family are educators. But I saw something in Andy, and I talked to Andy my first year there, and I encouraged him to consider going and getting his administrative license, and he did. And then a couple years later, we assigned Andy to be the Dean of Students at the high school. And he served in that capacity for a couple of years. No, just for 1 year. He was the Dean of Students for 1 year. And then he became the co-principal of the high school. That's a model, by the way, that is kind of unique, but instead of having a principal and assistant principals, at Fairmont, I assigned 2 co-principals at the elementary for 1,000 kids and 2 co-principals at the high school for 850 kids. And so they separate their duties based on their specialty. So Andy then became the assistant or the co-principal at the high school for a number of years. And then a longtime elementary principal retired, Jim Davison. And the elementary principal's offices are right across the hallway from my district office in Fairmont. And we encouraged Andy to come back to the elementary to be the co-principal at the elementary school, and he did. And during that time is when I also encouraged him to work on his superintendent's license. And so because he had earned his superintendent's license, and I worked with him on that, and he also worked with a neighboring superintendent too. He had to work in 2 different districts. But there's a classic case. And Andy, I think, is only 40 years old now. And when I had the opportunity to go to Clear Creek, Amana for 1 year, which was my old Senate district, to fill in for a position that they had a very late resignation of their superintendent. And they had a tough time finding somebody to come down and serve for 1 year. And I was fortunate enough to talk to my school board, talk to Dr. Rodriguez, to talk to Mrs. Green about if they would be willing to let me out of my last year of my contract. And with the goal, I really encouraged them to just go ahead and hire Andy. And so they did. They didn't open it up, they didn't advertise, and what a great choice. But there's the case, and I could see Andy serving for at least 20 more years. And I could see him stay in Fairmont for 20 years, him and his wife both. That's one example. The other example is, we are a QCOM school. I say Fairmont is a QCOM school, has been for 10 years out of the 11 that I was there. And with QCOM, we encourage, we have to encourage faculty to have them self-select their PLC leaders and their coaches. And so we have multiple teachers that have been assigned coaching duties. So they're not evaluators, but they're observers. They're actually coaches. And we know that in professional development, that's one way to improve the teaching skill, is to have a colleague go into your classroom to do the observation, to actually coach you, not to evaluate you. And so the school board funds 1 full-time coach, and the QComp program funds 1 full-time coach. We do actually recruit the 1 coach that the district paid for. And but we're always looking for talent. We're always encouraging people to go back. We encourage people to go back and get their master's. I mentioned last time when I was here, we encouraged 7 elementary teachers to go back and get their ELL certification, and we paid the entire cost. We encouraged many of the high school faculty to go back and get their 18 graduate credits in their specific fields so they could teach the college and the schools program at the high school so kids didn't have to leave. That saved a ton of money by kids not going PSEO on us to Minnesota West. We kept those monies in-house. And of course, the teacher got his or her master's degree, and they get additional money. We let them use those extra credits to move on the salary schedule. It was a win-win-win. It helps to retain faculty, helps to retain our kids, and Fairmont, of all the 4 public schools in Martin County, Fairmont is the only comprehensive public school in the county. Totally comprehensive, with the fine arts, the vocational, and the college classes.
Thank you.
Joe, when we asked you before about your experience working across diverse communities, you mentioned your work with people with different political leanings, that you and with your times in Chicago, the principal in Chicago.
Yep.
Can you talk more specifically about your experience working with Latinx and Somalian families or other families representing people who speak other languages than English? Your experiences as
Yeah,
superintendent.
thank you. Well, when I served as principal of Austin back in 2000, 2005, the demographics of Austin have changed dramatically in the last 22 years, but it was changing back then already. Both in the Rochester area and in Austin now, I think there are 58 different languages spoken by students. And what I learned in Austin when I was there, and then, remember, I came out of Chicago for a year, on the south side of Chicago, to Austin for 5 years, and then I went to Grand Meadow for 5, which had very little diversity in Grand Meadow. But then when I came to Fairmont, Fairmont has a growing Latino population, a number of children that came from Micronesia, believe it or not, because their islands are now underwater. And so they had to relocate. I know where Robin teaches at Austin High, there's a significant number of Somali students at Austin. We don't have Somali students at Fairmont, but we do have a growing number of Latino population. And not only Latino population, but South American countries that speak different dialects of Spanish, for example. And so that's one reason why we expanded significantly our ELL programs at the elementary and the high school. And multiple times throughout the year, we have family events that we have families come in. Very strong adult education program for parents, because many of the parents are also non-English speaking at this time. And so we've invited them in for night classes. And so they work with our community ed department on that. To me, it's a refreshing experience to know that we're getting, this part of Minnesota is getting much more like the rest of the United States. And so I feel very comfortable working with all types of individuals and making sure that the school district is providing the services that we need. And again, not just from 8 to 3. You know, we need to be providing some of these services, especially some of the adult educational facility services at nighttime, maybe on the weekends. And of course, summer programs, in my opinion, will never catch the ELL population up until they have more schooling. And in my opinion, they should be in school 11 months out of the year. I think we should have an extended summer program available for kids. You may have that already, but if we don't, we should consider that, because that's the only way we're going to catch kids up. If we only give each of our children the exact same amount of time, we're never going to get them caught up. Some kids need more time. They just do. And we need to make sure that we can do that. And if we do that in a way and keep our kids here, we'll have the finances to make it happen.
Mr. Brown, just a quick, simple follow-up
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
That if you talk about the growing diversity in Fairmont, can you pinpoint kind of a percentage of non-white students in that district?
It's probably, at the elementary, it's probably 28% maybe. A lot less than Faribault, but our ELL, our free reduced lunch population, though, is 56% at the elementary.
Okay.
At the
Thank you.
elementary, 38% at the high school.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
In your interview with us, you shared some observations of our school district when we talked 2 weeks ago, or last week. Now that you are finalists and had some time to think about this position more, can you share some observations about good partnerships and projects that you see we already have in place? And then could you explain how you would build on that work and maybe share a new idea that you would think would make sense in our community?
Okay. When I met with Nort Johnson, he shared with me the vision task force that's going on. And they pointed out that one of their top, and this is a draft copy that he let me review. And then one of the top things they put out here is excellence in education. So to me, that tells me that there is a genuine desire of our community to support education. And that's an important feeling for me to observe. So the next question is, how do we build on that? Because I think, I don't have the sense that people are opposed to education here. I don't think they're opposed to the school district. But we need to develop a tighter connection about, it's almost like having a good well. I mean, everybody wants water, we want good water, but I think people, they have to feel comfortable that when they hear Faribault Public Schools, they go, oh, Faribault Public Schools. You know, I know when you hear the phrase Shattuck St. Mary's, people go, oh, Shattuck St. Mary's, or the School for the Deaf, or the School for the Blind. I mean, this is a very unique community when it comes to education. And of course, you have some private schools here too. And so there's a lot of choices here. And I just want to, you know, work with the community and work with the board to focus on areas that we think are things to work on. I mean, they point out safety, security, career paths for students, collaboration with outside resources, inclusivity, the awareness and a continuous improvement culture. Well, those are things that I think every school should be working on, but if that's what the Vision Task Force has come up with, then those are things to latch onto and say, gee, we're already out there, let's develop these and let's work with them. So I don't have anything specific. I mentioned when Casey and I were talking earlier about the internships and working with the manufacturing base and just making that connection. I mean, we just need to be like a spider web and just make all the connections that we can. There's no reason why we shouldn't make a connection with everything that's out there, because we're preparing kids for an unknown future. You know, I'm an example of somebody who has had 7 different careers. My dad he just shook every time I changed my career, my dad would just shake my head. You know, he had the same career for 34 years. But I'm now the norm, because we expect most of our kids graduating from high school to have probably 7 different careers. And so isn't that great? So anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Please describe a specific time when you had to manage a difficult moment with students, parents, or the community. Please explain how you've handled this situation and how you would handle it in Faribault if something similar happened.
I have a couple. I'll share with you one. I had to terminate a principal when I was at Grand Meadow. Grand Meadow's a small district, only 360 kids. There was a principal and a superintendent. And at Grand Meadow, if you're familiar with Grand Meadow at all, they have a 9-man football program. And when I first got there, they said, well, Joe, you're the timekeeper of the football team. You got to be up in the booth every football game and keep the time and keep the clock. I thought they were kidding. They said, no, the previous superintendent did that. We expect you to do that. So I did. The point of that story is that on Monday, I would come back to work, and Ward Brossois, who's one of our, he's not retired, but he was an elementary science teacher, he would come and say, geez, Joe, he said, the principal was so drunk at the football game. He was so drunk. He just reeked of alcohol. I said, why didn't you come get me? Well, you were up in the booth doing the timer. I said, well, next time you got to come and tell me. Well, just a few weeks later, I'm teaching the Advanced Placement American Government class. I had a small class of 9 students. I was teaching the Advanced Placement American Government class, and there was a knock on the door, and Ward came in and said, you need to go talk to your principal right now. Right now, I'll take over your class. So I went and talked to the principal, and he was drunk. It was in the morning, and he had parked his car like O.J. Simpson, almost ran over a kindergarten girl in the parking lot. When he came to school, he drank a full fifth of alcohol on the way to school that day. And so we had to terminate him. And it was one of those sensitive areas that, it was one of those areas we had to deal with very gingerly because alcoholism is considered a disease. And he could have filed a work comp claim, a disability claim, but we worked out an agreement with him. It still cost the district a significant amount of money to accept his resignation, but we did. And then for the rest of the year, I just served as the loan administrator for the rest of that year. And then I left there to become the superintendent of Fairmont. Anytime you have a issue like that, though, your first thing is, I'd worked with the principal over anytime that I heard a rumor about this, I would go and talk to him. And by the way, speaking of rumors, anonymous letters, the way I always dealt with anonymous letters as an administrator, I would always have the courtesy to go tell the individual that you need to know that there's this anonymous letter that I received and I want to give it to you. I'm not charging you with anything necessarily, but if you want to talk about this, and we would talk about things like that. And then I said, you just need to know if that's the perception that's out there, you need to change it. Whatever you're doing, you need to change what you're doing. And so I think dealing with a tough time like that is tough. I mentioned last time I was here that at least Sir Henderson, we had the school shooting on 9/11 of '97. Yep. I won't go into detail on that, but I think we handled the principal situation appropriately. We gave him a soft landing. I also had to terminate a science teacher when I was at least Sir Henderson for making inappropriate comments to a 9th grade girl. But he had a whole record of him doing that over the years, and we accepted his letter of resignation that day, and he got to keep his retirement because of that. So I've tried to provide soft landings for people, but there have been a few times in my 27 years serving as an administrator that we've encouraged people to leave the profession. I've not automatically tenured people. Tenure is a big deal. At Fairmont, we make a big deal when we tenure somebody. The board actually has a special celebration. Mm-hmm. We actually have a plaque that we give each teacher. We have them come in front of the school board to accept their certification of tenure. But I don't tenure everybody just because they've served 3 years. And so I have high expectations for all staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Just looking at the clock, we got about 12 minutes or so. I think we have 3 questions.
Okay, thank you.
Still on the agenda here. What are you doing to stay current with best practices in education? Now that you're a finalist, what specific aspects of the Faribault job are different from Fairmont or your current district that might require you to prepare in the coming weeks? What broader issues of growth and development do you think all superintendents need in 2022?
Wow, that's a big one.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I read multiple newspapers a day. Usually, I read the USA Today, the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, the St. Paul Pioneer Press, the Wall Street Journal. I actually have signed up to read the Faribault Daily News online. I have a subscription, but I read a lot of local newspapers to keep track of local, regional, and national things that are going on as it relates to education and other social things that are happening. That's very important to do. I also get a number of, I'm a member of ASCD. I do get a lot of educational journals and books that I do read. I'm constantly in, and what I'm really interested in right now is how do you get students excited about learning? And that's different than excited about coming to school. How do you get kids just excited about learning? And to instill in kids that, learning is a lifelong procedure that you'll be doing the rest of your life. It's not just something you do and you get done and you're done. You'll be going to school the rest of your life in some way, shape, or form. Geographically getting to the one area that I feel like I don't know very much about right now is just the geographical part of Faribault in terms of where things are exactly. I do have a map, but really, I really like to understand what the neighborhoods are like, what the housing is like, what the downtown is like. I know you've got the waterways that go through, kind of like Fairmont, and you've got the interstate highways that goes around. There's some similarity, but you also, it's a lot different. And so just getting a bird's eye view about what the town is like and going shop to shop. And that's something I would do in June before July, is to really get to know what's happening. I love the historic downtown district, and there's some really neat things there. So anyway, I'm trying to be quick.
Yep. No, thank you, thank you.
Question, east side of town is the best.
Okay.
I just, the other side, the tracks of the river.
I might fight you on that.
The whole city is wonderful.
In Mankato, they say east is least and west is best. That's what they say in Mankato. There's Mankato East, Mankato West. You know that they're in your conference. Okay. Who's got the?
Mr. Olson?
If the position is offered to you, would you sign the contract?
Can I see it first? Yes. And I did mention to the consultant, I did notice that Todd had signed a 2-year contract. Usually you sign a 3-year contract, but I don't know whether, was he planning to retire at the end of the year?
Yes.
Is that
Yeah,
why?
so what had happened is he actually retired 2 years ago. You know
Yeah.
how you retire and come back and how that works.
I've done that, yeah.
Right, and so with that said, we signed him for another 2-year contract instead of a 3-year contract.
Okay.
And so that's the reason. Otherwise, previously, he had signed all 3-year contracts.
Okay.
Yeah.
The answer is yes, I would. And it'd be a real honor to serve the Faribault community. It really would be. I think wherever I go, I always have to feel needed. I have to feel needed. And I think there are some things I can bring to the community and the district that could help us all. You have a lot of good things happening. The other thing I'll just mention, I'm a big fan of the Big 9 Conference. I'm a big fan of the Big 9 Conference. Our kids went to Mankato West. Robin started her teaching career at Mankato East, then she went to Mankato West. And when I became Austin High School principal, she went to Albert Lee, and now she's at Austin. So she's actually taught at 4 of the Big 9 schools. I'm very familiar with the Big 9 Conference. It's a great conference. And I like your colors, green and white.
Coincidental.
That's a coincidence. Oh, yeah.
We would like to think we're the best in the Big Nine.
I think you are. I think I may have ordered this special, Chad. Okay.
I noticed, I thought it was a nice touch.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, is there anything additional you would like to add that we have not discussed today or during the initial interview?
I would say this, just knowing where the district is right now, I would just like to be assured that together as a team, the board and the SOUP and the administrative team could just sit in a room sometime and just let's have a very open discussion about what's the data actually show, where are we at today, much like a coach. I mean, if it's halftime at the coach, halftime and we're down by 7, what can we do to win the game? And I think it's, I like the idea of having these open dialogues. And I want to be assured that the board is willing to do that, because that's the only way we're going to get better and succeed, in my opinion. So that was kind of my comment or question, I guess.
Mr. Brown, can I answer that for you?
Yeah.
And just to add on that. I will tell you that this board, so greatly represented by Ms. Steves and Ms. Cavalier, last week up at the MSBA, I think we were one of 3 or 4 boards in the state to be recognized for our service or our achievement of everybody getting to a certain level of certification within MSBA.
Excellent.
I know last year, at that time, we had 7 board members. We met for 7 straight Mondays, straight, and every meeting was 3 hours plus long. And 2 of those, we all did the, help me out here, team, was it the level 4 certification or 3 and 4? I don't know, but we met with the MSBA. It was all virtual, but we had all of us there, or at least all of us for at least one of the 3 meetings. So it was a 6-hour session, and it was how do we build consensus? How do we act as a team? How do we act as a cohesive unit? Because when you have 7 people, not everybody agrees. So how do you get somewhere that we can move forward, one foot in front of the other, and not worry about things in the past? And so I think this board, I would like to thank every one of them and for putting the time and effort and dedication in. But when we asked the lady from MSBA, I think was that Barb Dorn or I don't know, one of the individuals, said, is this normal? And she said, yeah, usually this doesn't happen. So we strive to be as the best we can be. We strive to be as transparent as we can be. Hence, every one of these meetings is televised. I'm not sure that happens everywhere, but we want that, and we want that relationship with our superintendent. We want that relationship with our community. As we all know, we agree to disagree at times, but I think this board is committed to moving forward in the best way possible with our superintendent, with the leadership team, and with our schools in general.
Excellent.
So I just wanted to piggyback on that. And with that, you've got a couple more minutes. If you have anything else for us, you're more than happy to have the floor yet.
How long do we think we're going to be virtual? About 2 weeks?
For our schools
Yes.
in middle school and high school?
Right.
The hope is that they're back on Monday.
Oh,
So
seriously?
this was a 1-week pause. Monday was Martin Luther King Day, which was off. Tuesday
Right.
was a teacher workshop, which was scheduled. So in a nutshell, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is what they're missing right now. Being distance learning, it's the start of a new semester. So the hope is they're back Monday. Obviously, a lot can happen between now and Monday with COVID cases and staffing, right? But that's, as we sit here today, that's what we know.
Well, I always like to put positive spins on things, and I think one of the things that COVID has done for education, it's really forced us to think differently, but I think it's also pointed out how important education is to the community, that, the entire country was, I think, shell-shocked when we shut schools down for all those months. And boy, what a disruptor that is, because we're so used to having children in school 9 months out of the year. And so on the one hand, people became maybe more aware of what was being taught and how it was being taught because they could stay home and watch it virtually. But it maybe opened up our doors. But I view that as an optimistic thing. I really did. The last thing I'll mention is this. Very rarely would I have a really upset parent or member of the community come and visit me. But, as superintendent, maybe once every 3 months, you get somebody and they'd come in and they'd be red-faced. And my Kathy, who was named Judy, her desk was right outside my office, and she'd say, Joe, blankety blank is here to chat with you. And, the person would come in, they'd just be all red-faced. And we'd sit down and we'd chat, and I'd basically say, let's just set some ground rules. You don't yell at me, and I don't yell at you. You don't swear, I won't swear. And at the end of our discussion, once we resolve the issue the best we can, will you commit to go and visit any 2 classrooms that you want to visit with me? You pick. Yeah, okay. Well, after 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, we'd both come out, we'd both be smiling. Judy would say, she always called me Mr. Schmooze, said, Joe, you did it again. But we'd go and visit classrooms. Now, I never had a classroom visit last less than an hour, and we visited way more than 2 classes. And they were always intrigued. And at the end, every single time, the individual would say, Joe, the teachers were teaching and the kids were working. And I said, yeah, that's what we do up here. But don't tell a lot of people because we want to keep it quiet. And it was kind of funny. But then they went out and they would tell people. And so I always encourage people, let's, if we can't talk, and part of that is my legislative background. Did I win every bill I proposed? No. I lost a lot of bills. Won a few, lost a few. And did I make every sale I made when I worked for UNICEF? No. A lot of times people said no. That was a great background to be a superintendent because things happen. But you folks have a big decision to make, and I wish you well. The last thing I'll mention is this. The last 2 times I've become a superintendent when I became Austin High School principal and I became superintendent at Fairmont, one of the 2 finalists was a person on staff. And I worked very closely with them after I was selected. And I want to point that out because I don't know your high school principal at all, but I've heard nice things about him. And it'd be great to work with him and to work together as a team and to mentor him and him mentor me. And I don't know the other person at all from Red Wing, whatever, but you guys have a good decision to make. So,
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I think I don't know if you're in the room next door or on a tour next, but
Okay,
dress warm when you go on the tour, and thank you.
thank you.
so.
Okay, great.
You're,
Is it okay to take off the
Yep,
mask?
you sure can, yep.
Good, thank
Whatever
you.
works best for you. Were you on the tour first or next door first?
Just finished a great tour
tour.
with Nort and Jessica.
Good.
Oh, great.
Yeah, talking about putting your A game forward, you know,
I
that's,
hope they had the heat on in the car.
he did, yeah, and he left it running even when we had coffee, so that was really good.
Good.
I made him clean his car yesterday, so you're welcome.
I'm sorry,
I
Ken?
made him clean his car yesterday.
Oh, you did? Okay. Good call, good call.
You're welcome.
All right, well, I think one, looks like maybe 30 seconds here, so we're good. Okay, we are back live, and if you're watching in the audience, sorry for the little, what might seem inconvenient or whatever, as we're in our boardroom, and we have a divider in between us and our television crew, if you will. So, welcome, Mr. Carson Anderson, thank you for being here. We've done introductions certainly before, and so we're going to kind of skip that. We have an hour and a half allotted of time, so it's 10:15. We'll wrap up about 11:45 or a little before, whatever works. Ms. Cavalier will tell us where we're kind of at the halfway mark. We've got, I think, 17 questions for you.
Sounds good.
If you want to start, if you have any opening remarks or anything for us, and then we'll get into the questions.
Well, I really appreciate the opportunity to come back a second time and hopefully explain my strengths that I can bring to Faribault Public Schools. I'm really excited about being here, and I would love the opportunity to work in Faribault. The tour that I just finished, as I said just a few minutes ago, you know, Faribault is putting their A game forward. They did it today. And I think that sends a really positive message that Faribault is here to sell the town and the school district, and that's what we all need. And I'm really thrilled about the opportunity to possibly be working here.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Mr. Olson.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anderson, the recent district-wide survey clearly shows that parents have a lack of trust due to not feeling informed or heard. What do you see as the best way to restore a relationship with them and with the community?
During my first interview, I did talk about this tangentially, and I think it's critically important to share our message and to communicate regularly and frequently with all of our stakeholders. As I mentioned earlier, I think the ground game is the most important thing we can do. Certainly there are other communications efforts, you know, emails, social media, and, you know, those kinds of things, but it really comes down to personal conversations, one-on-one with people, with small groups, with the community service groups. That's where the difference will happen. You know, even on the tour today with Jessica and Nort, you know, I learned so much more about Faribault and why people should move here, why they should live here, why they should work here. And it was that personal dynamic that makes such a huge difference. I'm going to learn more from that than a Twitter feed or a social media post. It's really important to me. And I think the same is true for the school. Faribault, I think, needs to make sure that we have our talking points. We know what's happening in the school district, and that we're able to communicate that message when we're at church, when we're at the grocery store, when we're at the service groups. So by far and away, that's the most important thing. As superintendent, if I'm fortunate enough to work here, one of my key roles would be to make sure that board members and staff members understand the talking points and the messaging so that we know what's happening in our schools. I know you're already doing that. I saw it when I was reviewing some of the board meetings over the last few months. One of the things that really impressed me was the presentation about the ag program that I think was resurrected. At least that's what I took from the messaging. The fact that you had the agriculture teacher there talking about the new program offerings, talking about the raising chickens class, those are powerful messages. It was a short presentation, but all of us in this room better understand that program. And it was mentioned that the reason it could come back is because of the 7-period day that was voted in by voters. So those are important messages. They're open, they're honest, and they're very effective. So it's the ground game. It's always the ground game.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, Faribault Public Schools has a levy renewal coming up soon. How would you lead and facilitate a successful levy renewal?
If I could just ask a quick question related to that, what is the timing of that possible renewal? And maybe it hasn't been decided yet, but, or better question, when does the current one expire?
I believe the current one, if you help me out, Mr. Chair, anybody else on the board, I believe it's 2023, next year.
Okay.
So I think the levy campaign will be this fall, I believe in the vote in the fall.
Oh, this coming fall?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And that would be a renewal.
A renewal.
As it sits today.
It's a 10-year renewal, yes.
Okay. Yeah, and Red Wing is facing a very similar situation. So and I'm not sure exactly what the preparation has been so far in Faribault, so obviously I'd want to respect that decision-making process and the plans already in place. But I can at least tell you what we're planning to do in Red Wing because it might be pertinent. Once again, we're planning on a operating levy coming up in the fall in Red Wing, and so we have our kind of referendum plan that's being formulated now and that we'll be finalizing here over the next few months. It talks about not only authorizing the actual election, but it also talks about communicating the message. And I'm sorry, I'm going to sound like I'm repeating myself, but really, it's the ground game again for the referendum. And so one thing we're going to do in Red Wing is talk about our referendum promises that we made in the past and how we are currently fulfilling them, even during COVID. We have to get that message down, because when voters go to the polls in November, they're going to care about whether the school district followed through with their promises. Did we effectively implement the 7-period day in Faribault? Did we effectively offer more choices so kids can explore options and career interests? Have we followed through with our connections with the college and local businesses so that we can have an effective pathways program? Those are all messages that we need to start sharing this spring and this summer in Faribault because voters will notice that. And we have a positive message to share here, and so we need to get that message out. This November is going to be challenging. There will be a lot of state election offices up for grabs. It's a critical midterm election. There'll be a lot of interest on all sides, and we are going to be bombarded with messaging. We're already being bombarded with messaging on those, important elections, but it's going to get a lot worse later summer and the fall. And, from a superintendent's perspective, I'm concerned that we're going to lose our chance at messaging if it's that late in the game. So we have to get the message out. Another effective way of doing it is to have key community stakeholders who regularly meet so that the messaging can go to those stakeholders so they can share out to their own contacts. That's really important. Another tactic is to make sure that our staff is fully aware of what is at stake with the upcoming election, so they know what could be possible, what could be lost, why it's important, and why it's important to get the message out. So, you have community stakeholders, you really work on the staff so they fully understand what's going on, and you always hit the ground game from day one, and as soon as possible here in Faribault.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I have a
Yes.
follow-up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. As you know, that this is a renewal, so it's nothing new. However, with the inflation at 40-year high, which is, you know, that's been a long time since it was 7%, and it's probably going up. And people, when they vote, I've been told this for many, many years, they vote their pocketbook. So when they walk into their ballot station and vote, they say, gee, if we vote no on this, taxes will go down and I'll save money. How would you respond to that?
One quick question for you, and you may not know the answer right away, and that's fine. Does the current levy referendum in Faribault have an inflation adjustment?
Yes,
it does.
Okay, thank you. So I've worked with a variety of board members, through my 24 years of public service as a superintendent. One of them in particular is the bank owner or bank manager of a bank in Red Wing. And he, a very conservative person, really solid person, and he always told me and the community that if he's open to voting yes for a referendum if the investment is worth it. That's what it comes down to for this particular gentleman. And I think it would be true throughout Red Wing and throughout Faribault. If we can show why that operating levy is, or how it's impacting our kids, our community, then people are going to be much more likely to vote yes. And so, again, it comes back to the messaging that, we realize that the economy is in flux. We realize that inflation in many segments of the economy is significant, but that the education of our kids and what we're doing in Faribault is worth it. It's really important to get that message across. It comes down to investment. As a community member, when I'm going into a store and, trying to decide if I'm going to buy a new suit or something, I justify in my mind that it's worth that cost, and we have to do that. And quite frankly, education of our kids is the most important thing we can do.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. After reviewing information and data about Faribault and Faribault Public Schools, what are some newer current programs that you will guide the district to focus on in the first year or years of your superintendency?
Yeah, that's a good visioning question, and it's really important. The one key thing is kind of related to a question you asked a couple of weeks ago. It really does have to be a shared vision. By far and away, that's the most important thing. It cannot be the superintendent's vision or any particular person's vision. It has to be our vision. I'm a big believer in we, not I. And you will probably hear that a lot during the interview today, and certainly if I'm selected to be your next superintendent. It's we, not I. Now, with that being said, I will tell you some of my passions, but I'm certainly not saying that Red Wing or Faribault should adopt them. But these are the things I'm really interested in. Perhaps first and foremost, investment in early childhood education will make a difference. Research shows it. It's one of the few areas in education that actually has strong longitudinal research supporting its effectiveness. It's really hard to do in social sciences, and especially education, because there are so many factors involved with showing effectiveness. Early childhood is first and foremost in my mind. That's why it was nice to hear, as we were driving around town and visited Roosevelt, that the school district has made that investment in terms of expanding our early childhood classrooms and opportunities for kids. That's a big deal, because it will have long-lasting impacts for those kids and their families. It's also good for the school district. So clearly, I think it's evident that if kids choose to walk in the doors of Faribault Public Schools, they're going to be much more likely to stay here. Get them early, get them the best education possible. It's good for the school, and it's really good for the kids overall. So that's one. I won't go into so much detail with some of the other areas. I believe that it's really important to have a strong, comprehensive curriculum at the elementary levels. And so I'm not particularly in tune with exactly what Faribault is doing now, so I'm not saying that there has to be a change or anything like that, but we need that strong curriculum and all the professional development that can help support it. I think that's really important. As a former math and computer science teacher, I'm also have affinity towards STEM education or STEAM education, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. That's really important to me. There are different ways of providing that. Sometimes it's exposure, sometimes the whole program can be focused on STEAM work. Sometimes it's a summer programming that we offered here in Faribault this past year, where it was 9 weeks, I believe, of STEAM programming. There are different ways of doing it, but as a former math and computer science teacher, that is close to my heart. I also have a passion for hands-on work, project-based learning as much as possible. It's easy for me to say that. It's really hard to put in practice. But the more hands-on we can do, especially in a coordinated way, the better. And then finally, I'll mention one more thing, and that has to do with environmental or sustainable education. I think, like Red Wing, Faribault has some really great opportunities here to further expose our kids to those areas and hopefully develop a passion in them as well. So those are some of the things that I personally have a passion for, but when it comes to Faribault Public Schools, it has to be the whole community and school district of Faribault that would decide its future, and I would love to be part of leading that.
Mr. Chair, could I follow up with a focus? Mr. Anderson, when you mentioned being a retired elementary teacher here, but the comprehensive and strong curriculum at elementary level, could you just give us a little example of what your vision of a comprehensive elementary curriculum?
Sure. There are generally two approaches, and we've experienced both approaches in Red Wing, and they can both be successful. Okay? The one approach is where really the school district puts the pieces together and then provides training and ensures that there's consistency that's followed. And that can work really well, so that you have a phonics curriculum, you have the writing curriculum, and other components that you can put together. We tried that in Red Wing. It was started off really strong and really positive about it, and then we got hit with budget realities. So we had to cut a couple of positions that really supported that. As a result, I think we took some steps backwards because we didn't provide the resources needed to make that work. Fast forward, thanks to a referendum, we were able to purchase Wonders 2020 curriculum. We instituted it last year during the middle of the pandemic. So you couldn't pick a worse year to put in a new comprehensive curriculum, but we did it. We provided staff development. There's been some resistance to it because suddenly there's a different way of doing things, different learning materials. But we are incredibly confident that it will make a difference long-term. We did our background search on it. It's research supported. Anoka Hannepin uses it. Some of the features of it include that, kids can see themselves in the curriculum. That's really important because we have Indigenous and kids of color in our school, a strong populations there. And they can see themselves. And it really includes all of the different components of effective English curriculum, plus the interventions, plus, theme assessments, those kinds of things. So two different approaches. They can both work as long as we provide the right resources for them.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, you had a chance to take a little bit about Faribault schools, and of course, being a Big 9 superintendent, you're probably very familiar with it. How would you learn more and evaluate the community's perception of Faribault Public Schools? And what steps would you take to increase awareness of all the positive things that are happening in our schools for our students and families?
Related to that is more information that was gleaned from the survey that was done in preparation for this search. And I think that's one avenue to essentially do a scan of what people are thinking, so at least you can identify some of the most important categories. One of the things that surprised me was there did not seem to be a strong feeling that financial resources are spent well here. And, the one thing that I think is important is that was just a small snapshot of the community feelings. And, people don't know exactly what's happening in the school district. So I think it's a misperception. And so I think the important thing to address that, and kind of related, is an example of responding to your question, is to make sure that we are transparent with information, not only at the board level, but throughout the community. We compile that information, we talk about it, we share it, we're completely open with people. And so that would be the example that we should be using with other endeavors as well when we're talking about different areas. Some school districts do even more comprehensive surveys, those kinds of things. Really, I think as far as getting a better understanding of what our community believes or needs, one way I can do it as a superintendent is to live here so that I can hear perspectives in the neighborhood or in the apartment building. It also has to do with being visible and connecting with people so you can hear firsthand what people are thinking. It has to do with getting feedback from different stakeholder groups, including students, because that's why we're all here. A couple of things that we started in Red Wing, we still have a long ways to go, but I think are a little more innovative, might help answer that as well. We have a new decision-making framework. It's based on hopefully I get this right, the Racial Equity Assessment Protocol out of Louisville, Kentucky. Attended a training session, learned about their protocol, made some adjustments, kind of combined it with the city of Red Wing, and I use this framework when we're soliciting feedback and making decisions. So we've identified, different groups that we want to regularly get feedback from, and then try to make decisions based on particular questions. So that's one kind of more innovative way of trying to get that information. Another one, and I cannot take credit for this at all, our new board chair is really advocating for it, but she suggested having kind of an expanded student representatives or feedback providers for the board. And so we're in the middle, and we're kind of following Rochester's lead on it, where during the day we want monthly meetings with students, and it's really kind of open to everyone who wants to be there, and that we will take issues to them or questions to them and hear directly from students what they think and what they feel. So again, it's a multi-pronged approach, and I hope those are some examples that could give you kind of where I'm coming from.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, after your interview last week, we thought highly of your candidacy, and you're here in our final three. In our deliberations, I described you as a safe candidate. And this is definitely in many ways a good thing. But of course, we also know change is good too. Can you tell us a little bit about how you will bring new ideas and new vision to Faribault while also honoring what your previous experience? And I know we did just hear you talk a little bit about we versus I and some ideas you had. So I think at the core of my question is really this idea of like the perception that you might be a safe candidate and how and what that might mean coming into Faribault.
Sure. And hopefully it's a yes and.
Okay, go.
You know,
Yes.
so I think probably that perception is there because this is my 24th year as a superintendent. So I've experienced a lot of different places. I've worked with a lot of different boards, a lot of different issues, including referendum and human resources, you know, those kinds of things. So I think in that way, I'm probably quote unquote safe. I will tell you that, and this really happened maybe 20, 25 years ago, but, you know, when I was kind of a newcomer to education administration, I had a good group of friends who were administrators, and, you know, they were more experienced than me, so, you know, they were essentially mentors for me. And I'll never forget Lee Renz. I don't think you have connections with Lee Renz here, but he was a former superintendent in the northern suburb of the northern cities, and business consultant. So he had a lot of different experiences, a lot of really good advice, and he repeatedly told me, don't settle for the status quo. Don't settle for the status quo. And, you know, we would talk regularly, you know, at the coffee shop or wherever, at conventions or wherever we might be, and he would coach me on what that means. Because when I first started as superintendent, I thought, hey, we're doing these good things, we're making progress, and then he'd call me out on it. Don't settle for the status quo. So I hope I'm a safe candidate, but I will tell you that I will not settle for the status quo. And that looks different in different ways. I think in a school district, there are a lot of undercurrents that people don't see, such as procedures, such as hiring people, making sure they're in the right spots so that they can fulfill their passions and do great work. You know, in my mind, that's kind of the infrastructure of K-12 schools, you know, to get that work done well. And I think I'm really good at that. I spend a lot of time trying to hone those processes because when those are done well, you can do great things. I've also had the chance to be part of numerous visioning processes or strategic planning processes. They've looked different in different school districts and regarding different issues, but I have good experience there. And so the trick is to do both at the same time. It's not easy. You know, we don't have time to work on the infrastructure and then do visioning. You know, our kids are in our doors right now. We can't wait 5 or 10 years. We can't. But we can work on that infrastructure and continue the visioning processes. So clearly that will be a top priority for me, you know, if I'm fortunate enough to be a superintendent. And, you know, but I'm hoping that it's a yes and, because I want to be a safe choice and a leader to make Faribault Public Schools the best it can be.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I have a follow-up? By the way, Lee Renz was an adjunct professor at St. Cloud when I did my master's, so.
How about that? There's
Yeah.
He passed away a few months ago.
Yeah,
It was
I'm still-
very sad. Yeah.
But yes, anyway, he was a very dynamic individual. Follow-up on the status quo. How do you deal with the resistors? You know, the schematic about 70% of the people are probably going to resist change and very comfortable staying in the status quo. So how do you move those individuals?
Yeah, and I would imagine that Faribault is very similar to Red Wing in that there are long-lasting families in the community, lots of connections. People love being and living in Faribault, just like in Red Wing. And so, you know, people are accustomed to and love the traditions here. And so I don't want to say trick again, but really the goal is to honor those transitions and move forward. So one way to do it is to make sure that everyone's involved in the process and start making changes in the community or the school district that are seen to benefit everyone. You know, it's important to show that even though we're making progress, we're making changes, that we're not losing on the other side, that those changes will actually enhance the experience for everyone. It really comes down to being a topic by topic discussion, and you know, some are easier than others. I know that Faribault has gone through significant demographic changes over the past 20 years. It doesn't look like it did 20 years ago. Some won't like that, but I will tell you that there's a richness to the change. So the goal is to make sure that we can understand that richness and to show the benefits. It's a really vague answer, it's a general answer, but it really comes down to specifics, you know, in terms of how we do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Sesker served as our superintendent for over a decade. We are hopeful that our next superintendent is also as committed to our district. Is this a reasonable expectation for us, should we choose you for this position?
Yes, it is. So, in fact, I was superintendent in Watertown for 10 years. This is my 11th year in Red Wing, so I think I have a good history as far as making a strong commitment to school districts and communities. And I wouldn't consider Faribault unless I wanted to make that commitment. And so the commitment is there. Now, with that being said, you know, we need to make sure that we're making progress together, you know, that we're having that impact. And because that's the most important thing, you know, our work is to benefit our kids and our community. And so, you know, as long as we can be doing that together, you bet, I'm here.
Mr. Anderson, in today's highly politically polarized environment, how would you ensure students are taught critical thinking skills while remaining apolitical, balanced, and potentially or politically neutral?
That is a great question, especially these days. And just to clarify, you said critical thinking?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, it comes down to fairness, comes down to sharing both sides of an issue, and I think as public educators, that's critically important. You know, we don't want to make the decisions for our kids as far as what they believe or what they do, but we want to provide the resources to make sure that they can make decisions for themselves. It comes down to, you know, sometimes it's the little things, such as, you know, making sure that there are no political signs, you know, in classrooms. And that seems like a given, but during politically charged times, that can happen from time to time. We also need to make sure that all of our employees are taking neutral stances on elections, even our own, on political office candidacies, regardless of how passionate they are about one side or the other. We have to be fair and balanced. And I bring those two examples up because I've dealt with that in the past in previous school districts. And so it can create a lot of friction and unfairness if we, you know, if employees, you know, take one side over the other. Part of that process as far as critical thinking skills is not only being fair and balanced, but also helping kids learn the value of resources. It's to make sure that our kids understand there are multiple perspectives on things. It's to debate. It's to encourage kids to talk to each other about that. It's important to share alternative viewpoints during class discussions. I think that's critically important. You know, if we're going to maintain a strong democracy, and we will, but if we're going to do that, we need to have those fair and balanced discussions. One thing we've done in Faribault, or in Red Wing, sorry about that, that I'm really proud of, wasn't my idea, but I'm really proud of it, is that we have a class called Perspectives. And I can't remember if I mentioned this last time or not, but I think it's a really effective way of working with 8th graders to understand how they interact with others. You know, what are their implicit biases? And I won't go into detail because I did it once already, but we did it through art. You know, we started doing it through art, so that Wing Huey would show the photograph, and then there'd be a discussion based on, you know, different biases and different perspectives. And then that can lead to other discussions as well. So that's one small example of how you do that, but we need to show the fair and balanced side, but then encourage conversations that use real data, real research, and real resources.
Follow-up, what is your opinion, it's highly political, as you know, in this country, of having CRT and gender issues in our schools? What is your opinion on that?
CRT meaning critical race theory?
Right.
Yeah, there are some schools, I'm not sure if Faribault does, but there are some school districts that actually have that as an elective offering. Generally, though, it is a college-level course because it's highly theoretical. There are some high schools that have done it, but even in those classes, it's important to show the fair and balanced approach. My perspective on critical race theory is that it's a social science theory, and from my mind, or my thinking, is very simplistic, but really, you know, there are data points about, you know, different experiences that people have, or different achievements. Data points all over, and a social science theory is an attempt to explain the relationship between those data points. With critical race theory, of course, those data points are related to race. So, for example, why is it that people of color have lower home ownership than white people? You know, those kinds of things. Why are there gaps in achievement? Critical race theory is one way to explain that. It's a theory. You know, it's not a universal law like the Newton's law of gravity that's universally accepted. It's a theory. It's effective as far as discussions so that we can find ways to change the system to make it more equitable. You know, unfortunately, critical race theory has become kind of a political lightning rod. But really, the gist of our work is to remove barriers so that all kids have access to a high-quality education. That's what it's all about. If those perspectives are coming from critical race theory or from political organization or whatever it is, you know, the goal is to remove the barriers to enhance equity. So that's kind of a long-winded answer to your question, but that's what I believe, is that, you know, the key is to have fair and balanced approaches and at the same time remove those barriers.
We'll just do a little time check here. We're almost halfway through our questions. Make sure you take sips of water there if you need any.
Yes, thank you.
We're doing okay for time, so I think if we just keep plugging it along, and I'll chime in if we fall behind, but so far so good on time-wise pacing. Mr. Bellingham.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Anderson, you've told us already that, and we see by your resume, that you were in Watertown for 10 years and Red Wing for 11 years. Why do you want to leave your present position?
I figured that question might come up. And yeah, I'm proud to have been in Red Wing for 11 years. It's been a good 11 years. We've gone through a lot together there, referenda, controversies, human resources issues, almost yearly budget reconciliation work, lots of things. And I'm really proud of the work that our team has done, really proud. Thanks to an operating levy that passed just a few years ago, I know we're on the right path because of the work that others are doing, or that we're all doing. So I feel good about that. At the same time, for me, it's time for a change. And, you know, it's been 11 years. You know, I have a completely different board now than when I started. Certainly there are, you know, as with other schools throughout Minnesota and throughout the country, there are lots of different perspectives. There are lots of different feelings, different approaches, different memories, a lot of flux, and that's particularly true in Red Wing. So now I say that, and at the same time I will say that every single board member in Red Wing, current and former, you know, since I've been there, has contributed to, in a positive way, to our school board and our school district. Completely convinced of that. But there is friction between some board members and me. And, you know, I kind of go back to, you know, the Minnesota School Board Association Conference, or MSBA Conference, where you talk about QBQ. And I know there's a snowstorm, so I'm not sure if everyone here was able to attend that particular conference session. But QBQ says, you know, really teaches us to talk about what can I do, or how can I do something, because there's always personal responsibility with that. And so to help moving forward together, what are, you know, we're really looking at how we structure our meetings in terms of having workshops and then regular meetings, really trying to focus more on the administrative team presenting information to the workshop or during the workshop, having the discussion there and then taking it forward. You know, I'll be working with our new school board chair so that we're on the same page because, you know, I don't run the school board, you know, school board chair and the school board members run the school board. So we'll be working together on kind of understanding that relationship. And so I'm excited about those possibilities, but it really comes down to it's time for a change. I will say that there are about 12 to 15 job openings now as superintendent in Minnesota. I think there's an expectation that there might be 40 to 60 at some point this year or next year, which is a really high number. Faribault is the only place I've applied to. You know, Faribault is the only place where I have an application in right now. So I'm not looking for any other district. I want Faribault.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, sir. I'm seeing a trend with the candidates or superintendents. After about 10, 11 years, they move on. Maybe they get burnt out or whatever, but I'm seeing that number show up 10 years here, 11 years here. I mean, can you explain that?
Yeah, and I would, you know, I haven't done any research on this, but my understanding is that it's much shorter than that for most superintendents. Of course, the larger urban districts have a lot more dynamics going on, so the time period for urban superintendents is very small, perhaps 3-4 years, right around that range. And again, I haven't done the calculations, but I often hear superintendents leaving after 4 to 6 years in other school districts. So urban superintendents are staying less, but even the the Faribaults and Goodhues are, typically 4 to 6 years from my experience. So really, 10 or 11 years is actually a pretty strong stay. In terms of why, tough decisions have to be made by the superintendent. And year after year, those decisions need to be made, and those impact people. And, after some time, that can affect, the superintendent's relationship with the school board or the community or the staff or whoever it might be. So I think in general, that's why. Tough decisions have to be made, not only like with human resources, but with planning for the future, with direction. And so it's kind of a natural tendency. I joined the superintendency 24 years ago, and I knew then that happens. So this is not a surprise to me, and it's important to make your best effort to have the greatest impact possible, with the realization that change might be good for the superintendent and for the school board and for the school district. And sometimes that's a good thing, actually.
Mr. Olson, Mr. Anderson, just following up on that conversation, from speaking with Ted Blazing of HYA, who's our superintendent search point person, I believe the national average is somewhere sub 4 years, and more in that 3 to 3.5 years from several conversations with him. So just adding to that conversation.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. It's a challenging position. So, I love it. I love being a superintendent, but it's definitely challenging.
Ms. Steves?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. What is the number one reason why we should select you as our next superintendent?
Well, unfortunately, I think I already gave some of the responses earlier today. One thing, I'm not a status quo person. I want to see change. I think I'm good at putting those puzzle pieces together and working with others on a shared vision. I think Faribault needs that, and I think I can provide that for Faribault Public Schools. I am, I think, a very good team player. It's we, not I. That's really important to me. I also believe that I'm effective at working or supervising talented, passionate people. And I know when I say that, it just seems like, well, that should be obvious. But it's hard to do because, I want to make sure that we let great people do great work. Sometimes, I need to steer them in a different direction. Sometimes I have to say no. Sometimes I'll allocate resources. Always, I try to get people to work together because we're much stronger working together instead of one person doing this and another person doing that kind of thing. I think I'm really good at that. Red Wing has a really strong leadership team at the building and district level, really strong. And because of that, we're able to have a great education plan in action. Faribault is the same way. I mean, I've seen it already, with the people I've met and the things I've heard about multiple departments, community education, special education, building principals, all those kinds of things. I think I'm really good at that component. As far as equity is concerned, 5 years ago, I would have said that I was just beginning the journey towards really focusing on equity. Now I'm very confident that I can help contribute towards making this a successful place for every child in the school district. My experiences over the last 5 years in terms of training with courageous conversations, not only with our team, but also with some other superintendents in the state, I think has really helped me. Our work with equity in the school district has been really effective. We're quiet about it, but we're effective. We're making a difference. And I know that's important in Faribault, and I can help work with Faribault to make that even better. I've already said that, it's a we, not I. I have the experience as far as being a superintendent for 24 years, and so I can jump in from day one and try to make that difference. And then finally, kind of getting to Ms. Steve's point earlier, is that I will make a commitment to not only the school district, but to the community of Faribault if I'm selected as your next superintendent.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, can I ask you a follow-up question? I believe you just referenced in your conversation or your remarks around equity. You're quiet about it, but effective or making a difference. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Why quiet about it?
Well, perhaps I didn't use the best term there. We talk about it regularly, but we don't pronounce something and then hope we catch up. We are doing the work internally and moving forward without making bold pronouncements necessarily. Clearly, we make announcements as far as human rights. That's important to me and to Red Wing Public Schools. We make those pronouncements, but we're churning in the background as far as what we've chosen for our curriculum at the elementary level, as far as adding the perspectives class, as far as eliminating our prerequisites for high school honors classes. We're doing a lot of that work behind the scenes, in the undercurrent, and making a difference. So I just believe, I want our team to do as much work all the time, even if there aren't the bold pronouncements. I hope I just answered your question.
Thank you. Mr. Robichaud?
Can I have a follow-up, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My belief that any student, no matter rich or poor, black or white, whatever, should get a great education in Faribault. I don't care. I mean, get the help, EL, whatever it is. So how would you address that every student that comes in, no matter who or what they are not put into a victim class, and just teach that child, whoever he or she is, to get a great education, and then at graduation, plan for the future, no matter who they are?
I love that question, because that gets to the essence of what equity really is. And my personal feeling, as far as kind of a mission in public schools, is that at the end of the day, when kids are graduating, that they have all the choices available to them. That people have not been pigeonholed along the way because of what we've done as educators. So that when someone graduates, they can choose the workplace right away after graduation, or college, or the military, or working as an entrepreneur. That at high school, they have all the choices available to them. We can help them consider possibilities when they're in high school. In fact, we ought to do that at the middle school level. Certainly a Career Pathways program here in Faribault does that. We can help with that, but at the end of the day, we want everyone to have that choice. So your question has to do with what can we do to make that happen? The National School Board Association defines equity as providing the resources to provide effective education for all K-12 schools, or all K-12 students. That's their relatively simple definition. And so the key, I think, is to find out what our kids need and then provide the resources to help make that happen. One thing that really impresses me about Faribault Public Schools is the FACES program, Family and Community Engagement Specialists. We have something similar in Red Wing, and it's highly effective because because Faribault can find people who can work with students and their families to find out what they need, and then it's really connecting the resources. So it might be providing FACES specialists, in particular classes. It might be allocating literacy experts to certain schools based on, the reading scores, for example, in those schools. It means providing staff development for teachers and others in a variety of topics so that we can provide that, to the students starting in early childhood and going throughout high school. It's identifying the need and then finding the resources to fulfill the need.
Got another question. You've said a couple times the National School Board Association. Our local association they're not going to be paying dues to them anymore because of what the National School Board Association call the parents domestic terrorists. Could you respond to that?
Yeah, in fact, just like you said, Mr. Olson, the Minnesota School Board Association has voted not to pay dues to the national membership. But at the same time, there's a coalition of some different state associations that are getting together to provide kind of a different kind of framework. So it'll be different from the National School Board Association, but there'll still be that kind of umbrella organization. I really value those umbrella organizations because it gets people together. In this case, it's school board associations from different states working together because I think we're all better if we can have those conversations together. And so that's what the Minnesota School Board Association is doing. And I wasn't part of those discussions as far as why, but I think it's related to what you described in terms of the terminology and maybe some discussions that were taking place behind the scenes.
I just want to caution, we have several questions left. We have about 35 minutes. And so, Mr. Robichaud, the floor is yours.
Just
sir.
one real quick question, unrelated, and I'll ask the question. What's your census on the Native American students in Red Wing?
Could you repeat that one more time?
How many students, Native American students, do you have in Red Wing?
We have about 200 Native American students, and that'd be grades K through 12.
Great.
So a strong group of students. We estimate about half of them belong to the Prairie Island Indian community, which is, within the boundaries of our school district, and then another half are, belong to other communities.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Thank
a
you.
strong, fantastic force in Red
So a
Wing.
little less than 10% of your population is,
Yeah, I would say it's closer to 5 to 8%.
okay. All right, thank you very much. The question is, if we were to ask your cabinet members that you currently work with, what would they say are your leadership skills that you demonstrate? And then what would they say are your areas of weakness?
Well, I hope you do ask them, or have asked them, because we have a great group of district directors that I supervise. We know each other very well, and I would say each one would have a slightly different perspective. Our community education director would probably say that she's thankful that I support her and her important work with early childhood, with community education program, adult basic education programming. She really appreciates that support, strong support for that area. Our special education director and executive director of our cooperative would probably say that I'm a strong proponent of providing resources for kids who need those resources. Sometimes we disagree on particular things that could and should be done in terms of how are we implementing our multi-tiered systems of support. When should kids be referred to setting 4 programs, those kinds of things. But that's kind of a normal part of life in a school. We discuss and we move forward together. At the end of the day, though, we are on the same page, and they know that I support them as well. our Buildings and Grounds and Technology Director would say that he loves the fact that he can touch base with me on directions and possibilities, but that he would love the ability to go after things. And one quick example, there was, he came forward with an idea for a solar garden years ago, and I told him, go for it. And, you know, as a result, he did all the work. He had the plan, he had the dream, you know, he did all the work. But I gave him the green light to go after it. And in the end, we have 30 acres worth of solar gardens on our school grounds. You know, the entity is actually paying us for the land use, and we save on electricity, so it's a great thing. I can't take credit for that, except for the fact that I said, go for it. Business manager would say that she appreciates my background as a school district business manager from many years ago. I know the questions to ask. You know, I tend to push her a little bit in terms of finding the resources to make it happen. But those are 4 of the direct reports that I can think of. I'm sure we have other district directors, you know, but I just can't think of, you know, exactly what positions to describe right now. So I think they would appreciate that. In terms of weaknesses or ways to improve, you know, in a general sense, you know, I just think they really appreciate the team approach. And, you know, certainly we have differences of opinions as far as what programs should be done or how we handle things. But really, overall, I think they'd be very pleased with our working relationship.
That's okay if they can't find any weakness, too.
Well, I have plenty of weaknesses. We all do. You know, we all have strengths and weaknesses, but I think, you know, they really value the support.
Good, thank you.
So, Mr. Anderson, just touching on the solar garden, I've read several articles, and congratulations to the facilities individual and you greenlighting it. It sounds like there aren't many areas in the school district that generate a profit, if you will, and I think that's one of them from the articles I've read. I actually have question number 11. It is very closely aligned to the question Mr. Bellingham asked about why do you want to leave your present position. I'm going to strike that question and move on. Ms. Cavalier, the floor is yours. And
Okay.
to save some
Mr.
time.
Wolf, is there any way I could just go back to the last question?
Yeah.
Real quick, I am so sorry. Her office is almost next to mine, but our Director of Teaching and Learning, who is a critical piece in our school district and absolutely phenomenal, by the way, I think she too would appreciate the fact that first I am focused on equity work, and that I encourage her to do innovative things and to really push the envelope. I think she really appreciates that. And so we know each other very well, and you know, we kind of move back and forth as far as what we do and how we do it when we do it. But that's how she would feel too. So I'm sorry that I forgot about our Director of Teaching and Learning.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Wolf gave us another time check, so we'll keep moving along. So, Mr. Anderson, my question is actually quite similar to Mr. Olson's follow-up question. So I'll just give you, I'll ask it, and maybe if you notice sort of any kind of different, specifics. What are some initiatives you would hope to put in place to raise student achievement for all students and close the achievement gap at the same time?
Well, I've learned from Sherry Johnson. I shouldn't say I've learned from it. I'm reminded by Sherry Johnson, the Executive Director for Goodhue County Ed District and National Special Education Administrator of the Year, that it comes down to Tier 1 instruction. That is the most important thing we can do to help elevate student achievement, to help close the achievement gap. Tier 1 instruction is really what the teacher does in the classroom every day of the year. You know, it's the primary teaching and learning that occurs. We need to provide all the resources to make that happen. not only the curriculum, but also the staff development, time for teachers to work together, if it's in professional learning communities or going to workshops or whatever that might look like. We need to invest in our teachers so they have the best opportunity to provide that learning. So that's one thing. Clearly with behavior, with academic achievement, there are other levels as well, Tier 2 and Tier 3 work. Those have to be incredibly solid too, so that if our kids need English learner support, that we provide that, and high-quality Tier 1 instruction. If kids need some special services through the special education department, we do that, and high-quality Tier 1 instruction. You know, it's those kinds of things. We need the full effort, but it starts with Tier 1.
Thank you.
And Mr. Henderson, what's the leadership legacy that you want people to talk to you about when you finally retire, when you're 90?
You're 90, like Dennis Peterson of Minnetonka. He's not 90, but, 45 years as superintendent. I hope that people remember me for working on a system with others to make a difference.
Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
I hope I can. I hope that people remember me for working with others to make a difference for our students. Really, that's what it comes down to. There's some other things that, like in Watertown Mayor, I'm really proud of the fact that we built a performing arts center that at the time was second to none in the area. We had the Minnesota Orchestra actually come out to Watertown Mayor to perform. It was one of the highlights of my career. Other highlights include the passage of the last operating levy referendum in Red Wing, where we were able to do a lot of work with curriculum and professional development, technology, and career and college readiness programming. So that, in Red Wing so far, that's been fantastic. I think also in Red Wing, we've done some great work in terms of equity, so I'm really proud of that, and we're going to keep going. We're going to keep charging ahead. But in the end, it really comes down to that general statement. We want to make a difference for students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We have a high free and reduced lunch population, which is often correlated to higher gaps in student achievement. How would you work with the community in an effort to partner in closing these gaps?
Could you repeat the very first part of the question?
Yep, so we have a high free and reduced lunch population, which is correlated to higher gaps in student achievement.
Yeah, and the percentage of kids who qualify for free and reduced lunches is significantly higher in Faribault than it is in Red Wing, although we are also experiencing an increasing need for that. In terms of academic achievement, it kind of comes back to Ms. Cavalier's comments earlier in terms of providing that Tier 1 instruction as well as all the different supports related to it, so I won't repeat that. There are specific needs that the kids have, and so the one other thing I'll add is making sure that we have strong community connections, because that can help provide the supports that those kids need to do well in school. And it takes all of us. It takes a highly effective food service department to make sure that the kids have meals, breakfast and lunch, and if possible, after school. That's one thing. We need extra support as much as possible, if that means mentors coming in from outside groups to work with kids. We do that. We provide the professional development so our teachers understand what kids need in that regard. It's really kind of almost comes down to a community schools model. Doesn't have to be that full-fledged necessarily, but that, we have to be part of the same team, and we have to provide all the supports that we can possibly give to students who are experiencing poverty.
So we bumped into you, Cassie and I, at MSBA
Yes.
last week. It was nice to see you. So can you tell us a little bit more about, you mentioned a couple things already as we've been talking, but tell us other comments about how you stay current in your field and what professional development you've been involved in recently. And then if you could expand, we've talked about some ways that Faribault is different from Red Wing. Are there some specific things that you would do to prepare in the coming weeks? And if you'd like to broaden your comments even further, what issues of growth and development do you think all superintendents need to be?
What was the last question again?
What broader issues of growth and development do you think all superintendents in Minnesota should be working on right now?
If I don't answer all components of that, please ask again, as I'm going through. Yeah, thank you. Some of the best staff development or professional development that I've ever experienced is some work now with Melissa Krull and Candace Roskins, and they're former superintendents. Melissa was superintendent of Eden Prairie, Candace was superintendent in Austin, and they both worked diligently with equity-related issues in those two very different districts. So they are running Courageous Conversation, professional learning communities, essentially, and our district is fully invested in that. So our administrative team this is the second year of going through that work. We're reading several books from different authors who are leaders in the field, including them. They have one of the books that they've provided. And so we're stepping through that together. And, it's eye-opening. And it's really good to have those discussions, to talk about your own perspectives, your own upbringing, and what we need to do differently. I'm also, and this is more recent, just this year, but I'm also part of a larger group that includes some superintendents from the cities and other, Matt Hillman from Northfield, and, a nice array of people where we're doing somewhat similar work. We're at different stages, we're reading different materials, but it's really good for me to have those discussions because I can hear from superintendents in more urban settings who have very complicated issues that they're dealing with, and I learn a lot. So I learn a lot not only from our own team, but also this larger group. It's been some of the best professional development I've ever had, in addition to those informal mentorship relationships I've had in the beginning part of my career. So really that's the gist of that, in terms of me as superintendent. We've had some great training recently with a gentleman named Dr. Shiraki Hawley, and I'll tell you what, he's the real deal. And we're able to, work with him because of what the voters in Red Wing did for a referendum and our focus on equity. So he came and gave a good detailed workshop at the beginning of the year, and really stressed one thing, when you're working with equity, is that it comes down to helping people better understand and be more sensitive and more aware, period. That was one of the most important messages, is that all of us need to understand, be more sensitive, and more aware. And he has amazing workshops that are planned, not only for the general audience, but we're breaking up our groups so that we have custodians in food service experiencing it. We have a significant dedication of time to work with our paraprofessionals and other support personnel because they play a key role in what we're doing, and then a lot of work with teachers. The part that I'm excited about is that his team, Shiraki Hawley's team, is coming to work with our teachers over the next several months. So they're going to serve as coaches, and they'll be walking through classrooms, observing what's happening, how our staff is interacting with kids, students of color, indigenous people, and then giving direct coaching experience. I know you have strong coaching programs here, and that's fantastic. And you definitely want to continue with that. In this case, we felt that it was necessary to bring in a larger team and really hit it hard starting this spring. Ran into a roadblock. We had a big workshop scheduled for Monday, and we were really concerned about bringing the whole staff together, and so now we switched to online, but then after that, we're going to have those coaching sessions. So, that's some examples, of some of the learning that I've experienced and that we're leading in Red Wing.
That's great. So when you look at Faribault as different from Red Wing, is there anything specific you would be looking at or working on between now and sort of a start date if you came on board?
Sure. The one significant difference is that there is a strong Somali student population and families in Faribault that unfortunately we do not have in Red Wing. I wish we did, but we don't. And so that is one significant difference. And so, even before now, but throughout the next few months and certainly throughout my career in Faribault, that would be a high priority. Clearly, reaching out to our Hispanic community in Faribault is also critically important. I have good working knowledge in Red Wing, especially in terms of working with Hispanic outreach, with, EL teachers and that kind of thing in Red Wing. But the one difference is our Somali population. They are valued people, and it's really important for me it would be even more important to learn to know the kids, to know their families, and to know what we can do to work with them to provide the best education possible.
Thank you.
Can I follow up before we go to could you please define equity for me?
Yeah, I'd like to kind of go back to the one definition as far as providing the resources so that all kids can have an effective education. So that's how I define it, at least in the K-12 setting, is to providing those resources. It also means some other things. For example, removing barriers so that kids can access, a highly effective education. It means providing the training to teachers, which is a resource, so that we can work effectively with kids who may look different than us or have different experiences than us. But really it comes down to focusing on each and every child to make sure that they receive the best education possible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a next question. If the position is offered to you, would you sign the contract?
You bet. I'd be very excited to.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, finally here, is there anything additional you would like to add that we have not discussed either today or during the initial interview?
Well, I had a whole list of questions for the school board, and it was almost kind of funny because one after one, you ask the same questions of me. And it comes down to things like vision for the future. It comes down to what are we going to do with the referendum here in Faribault? How are we going to serve our kids? Literally question by question. There's one thing that I haven't heard yet directly is the value of the arts and some other electives that may not be obviously included in the career pathways. And so I'm just curious, it is a question rather than a comment, but what is your perspective on that? I mean, how are we moving forward with the next great things with art experiences in Faribault?
And do you want art experiences or extracurriculars in general, or
Extracurriculars in general.
would anybody like to tackle that?
I think you should.
You think I should? We got to be done at 11:45?
Well, I can start us off. We also have history of a levy story where our levy failed and we were faced with significant cuts to programs like the arts. And so thankfully, after we went through that process of the failed levy and then the subsequent cuts, our community came together to pass an operating levy. And that was now almost 10 years ago, right? Not quite 10 years ago. So we're really grateful for that. But I can use that to launch us off because that was really important to us as a community. And I've talked with families that have told me directly that that levy and the loss of the potential cut in those programs is what moved them to open enrollment in other districts.
Oh, sure. Because the options or the
Yep.
ways to explore were gone.
That's right.
So I'll expand on it a little bit. As you mentioned, our diverse population, our makeup of Faribault and our Faribault schools has changed a lot over the last 20 years. And we've kind of done a lot of things the same way we've done them for the last 20 years. Mr. Bellingham and I are serving on a small subcommittee we're just getting our feet wet, if you will. But I believe we're going to have a lot of external community partnership on something like this. And it's how do we increase our extracurricular opportunities for students all the way down to elementary school? Because if you really peel back the onion, and I'm a sports guy, so let me talk about sports, right? And you understand the Big Nine, class, single A, double A, triple A, whatever, every sport's a little different. There's a whole lot of sports, if you look at who we compete against in 4A, that's taking our entire high school population, right? Now, certainly free and reduced lunch plays a part in there. But if you peel that back and you realize that our white population is slightly under 50% of our makeup, and roughly 25% is Somali, roughly 25% is Latino, right? Those are roundabout numbers. But if you peel that back and you start to look at the participation rates, we're getting 85–90% of our participation from 50% of our population.
Right.
Right? And so how do we get exposure to young kids and their families? And also, how do we break the barriers of understanding why do some Somali boys get to play basketball, but some Somali girls don't get to play basketball? And I coach 8th grade middle school basketball. In fact, I have a game today at 4:15 that I'm hoping to make it. But those are the interesting conversations of understanding this. And so we have to do a better job. I think our community supports it. I think we live in a very, not only diverse culturally community makeup, but we also have a tremendous amount of education opportunity in this community, right? From public schools to private schools to Shattuck to the 2 state schools and all that stuff. So I think we're examining how all this looks and we're getting our feet wet. The board, I don't even know if the board knows yet, so I'll let you know, but Mr. Bellingham, I just received an email, today's Thursday, maybe Monday or Tuesday, that our district in our community education or Faribault Youth Investment has just been awarded part of an IGNITE grant, which is going to cover the rest of this year and the next 2 years, and it sounds like a pretty sizable grant, and it's to focus on extracurriculars for these students. Also tying in there with the extracurriculars are transportation issues, our food issues, and how does all that look? And we have 2 community schools, one here at the middle school and one at Jefferson. So I think our community supports it. I think we need to support it differently than we used to. And there's a whole lot of that. So I could go on and on, and I won't bore you. But I'm guessing that's why you said I should.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, so again, and it's not just sports.
Right.
So when we talk
Right.
about down in the elementary level, we're also talking about having after-school programming for, say, the culinary arts, for the drawing, for artistic and maybe even some engineering and things like that. So it's a whole encompassing, using our Paradise Center for the Arts itself downtown. It pulls everything, we're pulling everything together to give these kids opportunities to develop themselves at a very young age so they continue that all the way through their high school career and into adulthood as well. So it's exciting work right now, but as Mr. Wolf said, we're just getting our feet wet with all the possibilities and things like that. So
Well, first, congratulations on the IGNITE grant. I hope that makes a big difference, and I think it will. And of course, like you said, Mr. Rolfe, transportation's an issue, and so that needs to be worked at. And kind of even goes up through the high school level. For example, if you have a robotics program, should that be offered after school or should it be offered as an elective during school? You know, those kinds of things. But the key is to get kids engaged with their passion. And sometimes it's a sport, you know, sometimes it's visual arts, sometimes it's on the theater, but that's the key. And then the other part, I think, is, you know, not all kids like the same thing. So we need to make sure we're offering activities that really bring people together, regardless of where they were born or what language they speak. You know, we want people together. Just two quick things. I can't take any credit for this, but like in Red Wing, we have a trap team at the high school. We have ultimate frisbee. You know, we have some different kinds of activities that are really appealing to kids. And so those discussions, I think, will yield some great opportunities here in Faribault. Yeah.
Anybody else want to chime in on that question? Any other questions for us?
You know, I'm not sure if this is the last chance I have to say something or if there's a follow-up question, but, you know, I'm really excited about the opportunity of working here, living and working here. Really excited about it. So I've enjoyed the people I've met so far. I appreciate the things that I've seen. You know, I think you're on the right path. Now, with that being said, I think you're on the right path, and like any path, you may have ruts, you might have rocks. Some areas might be perfectly manicured, you know, so the goal is to keep making that path better, you know, for our kids. And then hopefully you'll forge some new paths along the way, because we can't be settling for the status quo. We just can't. You know, one of our board members, Nikki Buck, I love Nikki Buck. She's a friend and a great board member, and she always says, you only live once. YOLO. She's a YOLO, she says. You only live once. And that's what we need to know for our kids. So that's all I have.
Board members, we've got 5 minutes. Any closing comments anybody would like, or any follow-on questions that we did not get answered? No? Okay, well,
great.
wonderful, thank you, we appreciate it, appreciate all your time and coming over. And wish you the
Appreciate it
best.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you later.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
back live based on the TV screens being back on, so welcome back. Hopefully, everybody had a good lunch and a chance to get something. Once again, we welcome everybody for being with us today, and with that, our 12:30 meeting here, our 12:30 interview with Mr. Jamie Benty. And Mr. Benty, hopefully, your two previous sessions, one with the staff and community, and also with Nort Johnson and Jessica Lewis, taking you to other schools or wherever you guys went throughout the community. Hopefully that went well. So
Yes, they went very well, thank you.
we've done our introductions at the first meeting. You're welcome to reintroduce yourself, and if you have any opening comments or questions for us, feel free. Otherwise, I think we have 14 questions. We very well might ask some follow-up questions. I believe this will go from 12:30 to potentially 2 o'clock, and we'll, Ms. Cavalier will be the timekeeper and kind of tell you when we're at the halfway mark and how we're tracking. So,
Okay, sounds
we'll
great.
turn the floor over to you. If you have anything you want to start with, feel free to.
Not really, we've done the introductions in the last round, so I'm Jamie Benty, I'm the current high school principal at Faribault. Excited very much for this opportunity, and just want to thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. So the two other rounds that I've been through today have been amazing. And I actually got to see a couple places in Faribault, drove on a couple roads that I haven't driven on. So in 9 years, I hadn't made it to a couple roads, so that was interesting. So thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, with that, I think we'll start the questions. Mr. Olson.
Jamie, the recent district-wide survey clearly shows that, I'm sucking on some mint, so sorry about that, shows that the parents have a lack of trust due to not feeling, oh boy, informed or heard. What do you see as the best way to restore a relationship with them and with the community?
That's an excellent question. Trust is the foundation of the building that we're trying to build here, the relationship that we're trying to build here. You can't have a relationship without trust. And for the way that I build trust, I'm a relationship-driven person. And the way that I build trust is through making myself vulnerable. I get to know people. Anyone who's worked with me knows that I'm really an open book. I talk about my family. I talk about what's going on in my life. I talk about, all that stuff. And what I'm really doing is I'm throwing myself out there and I'm saying, here's who I am. And here's what I believe. And here's what I think is right. And I'm opening myself up to be vulnerable. And we know that that's the first step in trust. The piece about the community trust, I think, comes from many times a lack of communication. And I'll actually emphasize a little bit more around that, a lack of, I think, timely communication. So one of the pieces that, if I were to get this job, I need to make sure that I do is get out in the community right away. Pound the pavement, get to know people that I don't already know, reintroduce myself, meet with individuals, and really just listen from them and say, what is it that you want and need from Faribault Public Schools? What is it that you're looking for? Where is this breakdown in trust? What has happened, what event, what was said, what was done that caused you as an organization, as an individual, as a family, to lose trust in Faribault Public Schools? And then address those one by one as they come in. I truly believe that that is the building blocks of what we need to start with, because we're not going to be able to move forward with relationships. We're not going to be able to move forward with, constructive conflict without establishing trust first. Was there a second part to your question?
Well, just restore, there's a lack of trust in the community right now, and over the years of, many different things. It just, maybe the district would misinform the public, and then all of a sudden, things change.
And I think that's, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think that's an interesting piece, because things do change, and we have to show the public, sometimes when we say, well, we were going to do A, and we ended up doing B, and they said, see, you lied to us. No, we have to be flexible. We have to change with what the needs of our students are, with what the needs of our community are. So I agree sometimes that we say we're going to do A, and then, oh, I don't know, let's say a global pandemic hits, and we have to do B instead. Then absolutely, I can see how some people would say that's mistrust, the communication piece around that. To admit, we were going to do this. We had full intentions to do A. But because of these other issues that have popped up, we now need to be flexible, we now need to change to be doing B instead.
I'd like to follow up, in fact, since you brought it up, that before my first term, there was a, they were developing really a lack of trust. They're going out for operating levies, saying if you don't pass it, we're going to be cutting teachers or this or that. And guess what? When it did not pass, they didn't cut. They found the money, maybe in coffee cans or something, in a drawer. That's what I would say. You know, all of a sudden, and that happened a few times. And it developed, even before I got on the board, it just like, you know, you said you were going to cut this, and nothing happened. So, and the people still remember that. And that's critical about, I guess, lying. I don't know if that's a proper term, but they misled. And
Yeah.
that's,
It reminds me of the story of the boy who cried wolf. And then all of a sudden, when we are down to the point where we have to make those reductions, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, we have to make those reductions, then guess what? We've lost the community's trust. And they will say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. We're not going to give you the money. And then all of a sudden, we are in a bad way. So absolutely. And I think the pieces with that is we don't ever make promises, or in this case, it sounds like a threat. That was before I got here. But we don't ever do that without being transparent on, no, this is what will happen. And then, you're right, follow through with that, because we're upfront and we're honest about it.
Mr. Benty, Faribault Public Schools has a levy renewal coming up soon. How would you lead and facilitate a successful levy renewal?
So first piece is to get community involvement around, get a community committee together around what their thoughts are. We are not going to pass a levy unless we build some trust with our community between now and November. It's as easy as that. A couple years ago, we passed a levy for a 7-period day at our high school. But what people fail to remember is that same election, we lost a levy as well. And when we look back on that and we say, why did we pass one and we didn't pass another? It has to do with, we were very explicit and very straightforward with what we were going to use the money for the 7-period day. And the other one, the other levy question, we were much more general about. We were much more kind of big picture, maybe some of this, maybe some of that. And what we heard from the community loud and clear then was, we will give you money for specific things that you can prove to us are needed. But we're not going to give you money for items that are not specific. Goes back to the trust piece. So I think the first thing is to start today building that trust for November. Form the committee as soon as possible. So as soon as the board decides, yes, we are going to go for a levy in November, we have a committee that is ready to go, ready to meet, that encompasses all areas of our community. Business owners, business managers, parents, chamber, you name it, okay? And then we look at what our needs are. And we need to be very open about what our budgetary needs are with our community. It can't be, well, we're not going to show you the checkbook. We're going to keep that hidden back over here, but just trust us that we need more money. So that piece has to happen as well. I also think that it's nice when we're able to bring in others that do this for a living. And they came in for the last levy and were able to help us and say, these are the areas that you need to push into and contact, and these are the areas that you already have strong support in. Because a levy is an election. It's a political piece, and we need to run it like that. Also, it's the superintendent needs to be the one that is leading this charge. They need to be the one that is out there running around the town, hitting the pavement, meeting with all of these individuals and explaining exactly what we need and exactly what we're going to use it for. Soliciting feedback, but also not promising that we're going to be able to provide you want to support us, but you want A, B, and C. Okay, we can do A and B because that's part of our plan, but I'm sorry, C can't happen. We need to be able to be honest and open about that as well.
Thank you.
Follow
Yes, Mr.
up. Next question, I have to be careful what I say here. Let's say another district that this superintendent out there promoting a levy, operating levy, or even a bond. But this superintendent doesn't live in our district. I'm not talking about our district, I'm talking about someplace in Minnesota. And this superintendent is working hard. However, this superintendent, John Doe, does not live. And how will the citizens react to that?
I very much respect your question because it pertains to me. And I've been very honest, I don't live here in Faribault. So it would be, if I were the one to get the job, you're absolutely right. It would be me running around Faribault, drumming up support, talking with people, asking them to either keep their current tax rate or increase their current tax rate. And the question that I should get is, or the criticism perhaps that I should get is, it's easier for you to say that because your taxes are not being raised with where you live. And to many, that's a valid argument. What I would say is that just because I don't live here doesn't mean that I don't view these as our students, my students, the community that I love. And for some, they won't accept that, and I understand that. But for others, I think we have to take the focus off of one individual person and put it on the 3,400 students that we have here, and talk about them as our students and put more of the focus on what their needs are. Does that answer your question some?
But clarification, I was not referring to our district at all.
Mr. Olson, I certainly didn't think you were.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Benty, after reviewing information and data about Faribault and Faribault Public Schools, which essentially you're the insider here, right, if you will, what are some new or current programs that you will guide the district to focus on in the first year or years of your superintendency?
I think one of the big ones is one that we have started up here just recently, which is the Cradle to Career. The Cradle to Career project that we're starting up with the help of the chamber and the community is really going to be that piece that links early childhood through pre-K through 16, grade 16. So that is one program that I am very excited about. It's a program that makes sense every step of the way. There are pieces that are in there for early childhood. There are pieces that are in there for elementary. There are pieces in there for middle school and high school. And then for which path you decide to choose. So that, to me, that's one of the innovative pieces that I would definitely want to keep. Are you talking about current programs, or are you talking about what potentially could happen?
Could be either or, right?
Okay.
As today you're the high school principal, if you switch seats, what would that look like? What innovative programs, new programs, or current?
Yeah, and I might get this question later, but I really think that building off of that cradle to career, we need to really start looking at how we structure our buildings, how we structure our school year, how we structure our curriculum. What is it that we are focusing on here in Faribault? What is our end product? And then work our way, once we know what we want our end product to look like, work our way back from there. And I can discuss that more. I'm sure you're going to have questions around vision and programming later. But that's something that is, I think, very much needed to be looked at here in Faribault as well.
Thank you. Just a brief follow-up. You mentioned Cradle to Career is a project linked with the Chamber and the community, pre-K through grade 16. Can you explain, I don't know how many people are watching this or will watch this, what does grade 16 mean? Can you just expand on that? Everybody knows what pre-K is, right?
Yep, so pre-K through 12 is obviously, early childhood through high school graduation. Through 16 talks about college graduation. So your years 13, 14, 15, 16 are a 4-year institution. Now, I don't want to, the Cradle to Career program is very well set up in the fact that it has supports and systems built in place that for that student that decides, yes, I'm going to 4-year school, or yes, I'm going to 2-year school, or yes, I'm going straight into the workforce. So for some students, it's pre-K through 16, for some it's pre-K through 14, for some it's pre-K through 12.
Wonderful. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Bunty. Mr. Sesker served as our superintendent for over a decade. We're hopeful that our next superintendent is also as committed to our district. Is this a reasonable expectation for us? Should we choose you for this position?
Absolutely. I have been here for 9 years now. I said in my previous interview, I have had opportunities to look and interview elsewhere, and I haven't followed up on those opportunities. Faribault is the place that I want to be. Faribault is the place that I want to stay. If I were to get this position, I am not looking, and I said this back in 2013 when I got the assistant principal interview, the first thing people said was, he's coming from the Metro, he's coming to Faribault, he's going to get a couple years of experience, and then he's going to jump back to the Metro. I'm not looking to do that. If I were fortunate enough to get this position, I honestly see myself finishing out my career here in Faribault.
Thank you.
Mr. Olson?
Oh, okay. In today's highly politically polarized environment, how would you ensure students are taught critical thinking skills while remaining apolitical, balanced, and/or politically neutral?
Very timely question in today's world. This is something that we as educators have to make sure that we are very clear about. I was a social studies teacher. I taught U.S. history, I taught government, I taught civics, I taught world history. And in those courses, we would come up against challenging subjects. We'd talk about race, we'd talk about gender, we would talk about equal rights, we would talk about all those pieces. And one of the things that I really pride myself on is, as a social studies teacher, I taught the facts, I taught what one side believed, and I taught what the other side believed. And then I would have the students discuss what they believed. And I would have students ask me and say, well, what do you believe, Mr. Benty? And I'd say, doesn't matter what I believe. And I would have students ask me, Mr. Benty, are you a Republican or are you a Democrat? And I would say, come back after you graduate and I'll tell you what I am. And I had a couple take me up on it. Because we have to be very, very conscious that it doesn't matter if it's a 3-year-old in our early childhood program or if it's an 18-year-old in our high school. The students, for the most part, want to make us happy. So, Mr. Olson, you're my teacher. You tell me what to believe, then I'll believe it, and I'll tell you that I believe it so that you give me my grade. That cannot happen. We have to make sure that we are teaching students skills, critical thinking skills. We have to be able to teach them to learn about themselves. We have to teach them where to find information. And unfortunately, in today's world, we have to teach them to be able to figure out if that information is true or not. Then we have to teach them the art of speech and debate, and how I can sit down at a table with someone that I do not agree with, have a conversation, have healthy conflict, and still be able to shake hands and walk away and say, even though we don't agree, I don't hate you. These are skills that are essential for our students to learn. These are skills that are essential for some of our adults to learn. And we have to be teaching those early on. Those skills need to start to be taught in elementary school. So when it comes to the indoctrination of students, I absolutely do not believe in that. We are a public school. Our job is to teach students skills that they need for life after high school.
Follow-up question. So I think you might have answered, but what is your opinion of critical race theory and gender issues being taught in any school district?
I think race and theories and gender identities and gender preferences and all of that needs to be put out there as something that students need to know about, but it can't be preached from the pulpit. We have to make sure that we are educating our students, not indoctrinating our students. And I will be honest, I've been on both sides of this. I've sat on 2 different school boards as a school board member for private schools. So I've sat in the chairs that you sit in. And my children, when they were younger, in elementary and middle school, went to private Christian school. And I sat on a school board where we decided curriculum, and we decided what route the school was going to go, and we decided indoctrination. But the public school side, we have to make sure that we are deciding what is being taught, but not what is being pushed onto the students. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Absolutely.
Given what you just said about both questions, how do you ensure that students of color and students who identify as a different gender than most people, or who are perhaps discovering something else about their sexuality, feel comfortable in our schools?
That's a question that I get asked a lot. It's a question that it's important that our schools, our district is set up to accept and make everyone feel comfortable. And there's a difference, I think, between making someone feel comfortable and wanted and valued and, preaching out what they're doing as the right thing to do. So I think we need to honor individual decision, individual rights, individual choices around how they choose to live their life without pushing it on others. Does that answer your question? But I think the most important piece is that no matter if you're what race you are, no matter what religion you are, no matter what gender you identify with or preference that you have, you feel welcome and you feel valued when you walk into every single school building in Faribault Public Schools.
I think I actually have the next question. Okay. So I think we are doing okay for time. We're not yet at our halfway point. So if you are selected as the next superintendent of Faribault Public Schools, you will move from being a colleague with your current peers to being supervisor. How and what strategies will you use to transition this change in relationships? It's
something that really entices me to the position. I feel weird saying this, but I have, most of the principals I've mentored. And I don't feel like I'm old enough to be able to say that, but most of the principals in this district I have mentored or I have hired. One of our principals at the elementary school and our principal at the middle school, I hired them 5 years ago. They had no administrative experience when I hired them. So I like to think that I did a pretty decent job explaining and mentoring them, because now they have their own buildings that they run. And I'm proud of them. They run amazing buildings. One of our other elementary principals, I'm on the phone with them all the time. And actually, they just told me today when I was on the tour with them that I was a mentor for them, and that hit me. One of the pieces that would be absolutely a priority for me as superintendent is to continue that mentorship of our principals. That has to happen. They have to have that relationship with me that they feel comfortable enough to come to me with issues, but also understand that there's a divide there that I need to direct them in what to do sometimes as well. So that's something that really I am excited about in the job, is to have that position to be able to mentor principals and really direct the culture of each building through them, because they're the ones that run their buildings, but I can set an overall view and idea and expectation of culture and allow them to run with it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr.
follow up. Like you mentioned, you've mentored other principals, but as a superintendent with no experience, would you accept mentoring from other superintendents to help you, since you've mentored principals and now they're running schools themselves? And would you accept somehow mentoring from established superintendents?
Absolutely. So Todd has been an excellent mentor for me here. But I've also worked with superintendent to our north. I was an administrator for a few years with another superintendent that's in the Big Nine. Another superintendent that's in the Big Nine graduated from Faribault High School and feels and holds Faribault near and dear to their heart. So these are all, right there is 4 superintendents that I feel very comfortable reaching out to with any question. It's an interesting network once you get in. I just spent time on a phone call or on a virtual call yesterday with all of the superintendents in the Big Nine. And I feel comfortable picking up the phone and calling any of them and saying, hey, this is what I have going on. What do you think? What would you do? Have you run up against this before? So that is something that I feel very comfortable in doing, especially in the conference that we're in here.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Benty, as you take a look at 5 individuals here, 6 individuals, soon to be 7, what would you expect from the school board in order for you to be successful?
Let me answer that this way. So as a building principal, I tell the assistants that work for me, we can when we're sitting in my office, we can argue, we can disagree, we can yell back and forth, but when the door opens, we got to be on the same page. Each one of you are on this board for a different reason. And I respect each one of you, and I understand that we're going to agree on probably 90% of the items that each one of you have and where my beliefs fall. But there's going to be that 10% that we don't agree on. And I think that's where my expectation of the board is to guide me, but also to trust me that I'm doing this for the right reasons. Educate me. So, for you, Dr. Robichaud, you've sat in the chair that we're hiring. So I might have questions that I come to you and say, hey, how would you look at this? I would have different questions for you than I would for Chad. So I guess what I'm talking about is to work with me, and for us to really kind of come to agreement on what we can do and what we should be doing.
Thank you, Benty.
Thank you, Mr. Brenty. You know this district better than the other two candidates. Please tell us what you would hope to install or change within your first 30 to 60 days on the job.
Yeah, the first piece, and I said it earlier, is trust. I got to get out there and really start letting the committee know who I am in my new role. Listening to them. I said in my previous unit, I talked about my daddy stories. 2 ears, 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you talk. And a lot of our community members, they just want to be listened to. They want to be heard. And really listen to see what the issues are. There is mistrust here. And Mr. Olson talked about it. Sometimes it goes back 15, 20 years. I wasn't here then. So talk to me about that. It's kind of like a festering wound. We got to rip the Band-Aid off. We got to treat the wound. We got to get some medicine in there. We got to heal that up before we can move forward together. So in my first 60 to 90 days, it's going to be really running around building trust, meeting with those that perhaps didn't agree with the previous superintendent, listening to them and figuring out what can we do to work together. Did I hit all the points on that?
Mr. Chair, if I could do a follow-up. So many times, Mr. Benty, I hear that I met with someone and I was listened to but not heard. How do you ensure to the community and staff that they were indeed heard?
Yeah. I think it does go through active listening. It goes through, are you making time to meet with them? Sometimes it's as simple as, are you going to them? Are you requiring them to come to you and sit in your office and do the power play behind your desk? Or are you going to go to them and sit down with them in their living room and have some lunch together and talk about some issues? But go in and say, I'm not here to make any promises. I'm here to listen and evaluate what it is that you're saying and see if we can work together on these. So I do think it really does involve active and engaged listening. I don't ever want someone to say, you're not listening to me. But I also want to be very careful that by listening to you, it does not mean that I'm going to do or act on what you want me to. There's a difference there. I can listen and say, okay, yep, I understand. I feel with what you're saying. I empathize with you, but I still cannot do that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Benti, what initiatives would you make a top priority in year one in reducing the achievement gap and increasing student achievement for all students?
So one of the pieces is we're already doing a few things here that is starting to turn the needle some. Looking at our graduation data, looking at some of our goals that we've set through the World's Best Workforce. We are making progress, all right? We are growing. It is slow but steady growth. So one of the pieces that I think that we need to do is we continue at the secondary, the 6 through 12 level, we need to continue with our Gateways and Pathways programs. We need to continue to link those together so that it is seen more as a 6 through 12 pathway and gateway versus just high school pathways, middle school gateways. All right. But before that, we need to get into our early learning, early childhood, and elementary schools and start to plant those seeds there as well. I think in the first year, if I like to look at things at 1, 3, 5-year increments. And I think in the first year, we need to have a very in-depth conversation about looking at our elementary and our early learning and asking ourselves, are we doing what's best for our students there? Because right now, we're attracting about 65% of students into our early learning programs. So that means there's 35% of students that we're not getting in. Now, we have been growing, and that's great, but how do we continue that growth so that we say, okay, let's look at 70%, let's look at 75%. Likewise, when those students hit kindergarten, we are only retaining 50% of our eligible kindergartners. So where are the other 50% going? Why are they going there? What is being offered elsewhere that is not being viewed by those people that we are offering here? And I think, I think it was 6 or 7 years ago, we were having really strong conversations around magnet schools, continuous learning calendars. And I know I took a group up to Richfield and we toured a STEM elementary school that was run by the administrator that I was working with up there. And I know another group went and looked at a dual language immersion school. I'm not saying that those are the right things for us or for our community right now. But what I'm saying is I think we need to throw all options back on the table and start to have that conversation again on what makes us different. Why should those people choose Faribault for kindergarten or for early learning versus choosing before they even step foot through our door to go someplace else?
Mr. Benty, follow-up question on that. There's certainly a handful of variables, maybe 2 handfuls of variables, why people are going elsewhere, right? Could be white flight, as many people believe. Could be because older brother or sister are already in a different district. Could be because mom or dad are commuting that way for a job. How would you work to get those individuals back into our district, as you mentioned, that are already leaving or not coming into our kindergarten?
This might be the answer that makes or breaks my candidacy here, because I lived this in a previous district, all right? When I was at Richfield High School, I started in 2001, we were 78% white. 2 or 3 years later, we were 38% white. Okay. I've lived the white flight. We spent a lot of time, hours, personnel, trying to get those families to come back. And it was 100% a futile effort. So if you're asking me how we get families that have already left us to come back, my answer is, I don't know if we can. We'll get a few here and there. But those choices that they made were based on beliefs and perceptions that they had. And we can spend a lot of time talking with them, trying to prove to them that no, those beliefs and perceptions are not true, but they've already made that choice. And to be honest, those students have already built community and friends and social groups in that new school. I think we need to turn it a little bit and say, let's look at more of a longer-term solution. And let's look at how we increase our kindergartners that are coming into our building. So if we said we have 50% this year, or this school year that came to us, I think one of our goals should be, how do we get that to 60% next year? Because if we can get 20 more kids to come in, that's $160,000. That's a little over 2 full-time teachers that we can hire. And if we can do that a few years in a row, now all of a sudden we've got 50, 60, 70 more students in our district. We've got 3, 4, 5 more teachers. So I take your question and I twist it a little bit and say, I think we need to look at early childhood and kindergarten, and then, because we know once they start with us, it's unlikely that they leave. It's getting them through our door and showing them what we have and showing them what we offer and showing them the great things that we're doing here, and then they'll stay.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Follow up. I think you believe in vocational programs, that it could be from welding to plumbers to, I was talking to another candidate, machinists, high-paying job. Go to what South Central was, 300 feet away. Work with them, with Dr. Parker, to get these programs going so that after they graduate, they can go over here, trade, and maybe even agriculture. You know, I like that program, so they get a job. That's, I guess, our purpose is that they can support themselves and not be on welfare. So would you really encourage the growth of vocational programs?
I'm a huge proponent of vocational learning, trade schools. Actually, one of the things that Dr. Parker and I have been working on is these H2C programs, high school to college programs. We set up a high school to college program pathway within the high school last year that now has 60 kids enrolled in it for health sciences. So those students, as many of them as freshmen, are getting credits towards college their freshman year of high school. Right? We're setting up that this coming fall, we're going to have our second H2C, high school to college program, in what we're calling MEC, manufacturing, engineering, and construction. And what it's basically going to do is students are going to be able to graduate from Faribault High School and have just a few more classes, maybe a semester that they need to take before they walk out with an associate's degree in a trade or certificates. So to me, that's what makes Faribault such an amazingly unique community, is that we've got a little bit of everything. You want white collar work? We've got it. You want some blue collar manufacturing? We've got it. You want state of the art? We've got it. We've got everything here. But that's a challenge too, because now we have to prepare our students for everything that we potentially have here in the community. So that is something that we are working on, and we're going to continue to work on.
Mr. Venti, MEC stands for manufacturing?
Engineering and construction.
Thank you.
Yep. H2C is our high school to college programming with South Central College.
Thank you.
Mr. Benty, kind of piggybacking on that last answer, question, whatever, what innovative programs have you rolled out at Faribault High School that you would anticipate rolling out district-wide, and why?
So what we're seeing is our pathways are really starting to take shape at Faribault High School. And now they're starting to bleed down into down into our middle school with our gateways. We're going to start looking this coming school year at how we match up our gateway programs at the middle school to our pathways at the high school. What I think then over the next couple years that needs to happen is that needs to then bleed down even further into our elementary schools, so that we are looking at coding in elementary school. We are looking at farming and agriculture in elementary school. We are looking at construction in elementary school. I talked to the other group. I said, I vividly remember being in elementary school, and one of the greatest days was career day, where parents came in and talked about what it is they did for a living. And of course, you know, the king for the day was the kid that had the firefighter dad, because he came in dressed as a firefighter. And everyone left and said, I want to be a firefighter when I grow up, you know. But I think that is so powerful, is to get down into those early grade levels. Not so much early childhood, but more that elementary level, and say, these are things that you should think about. You should think about what interests you. You should think about. I think sometimes we do a disservice to our elementary students because we view them as little kids that don't think, or can't critically think. And that's absolutely untrue. These students are making decisions every single day about what they like and what they don't like. Ask them, do you want a cookie or do you want a piece of broccoli? I want a cookie. Why? Because I like cookies. And you don't like broccoli? No. Okay. Do you like math or do you like reading? Well, I like it. Okay, so do you want to be a firefighter or do you want to be a business owner? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? And get them to really start thinking critically about their future at those grade levels. We're not asking them to sign on the dotted line for their entire career. What we're asking them to do is start getting ideas in their head, and then we can backfill that with opportunities that they have in those grade levels, so that by the time they get to middle school, they say, yeah, you know what, this is something that I've been interested in. I really enjoy building Legos. So maybe I need to look at some of these industrial tech classes, some of these wood classes, some of these metal classes that start in 6th grade at our middle school.
Thank you.
Mr. Bente, you're very familiar with the community. The question is, why do you think we should go with the first-time superintendent instead of a more experienced superintendent? And then if you are selected, what will you do to, in the next coming weeks, to prepare for the position and make that transition?
This is a battle that I've fought my entire career, is my lack of experience moving to the next level. When I applied for a social studies teaching job at Richfield High School, there were 600 other applicants. 600 other applicants. And I applied a bunch of other places and interviewed a bunch of other places. And when I got told no at a bunch of other places, I always asked, well, why? And they said, we went with someone that had more experience. When I went to become a dean, I had been told no a couple different times, including by the school that I would eventually be a dean at, because they went with someone that had more experience. My answer to this is, one, I totally understand the safety net idea of going with someone that has experience. I've hired quite a few assistant principals, and I love when someone applies that already has assistant principal experience, because it makes me feel like the person is going to come in and know how to do the job. What I know is this. In 2013, I applied for the assistant principal job at Faribault High School, and I had never been an assistant principal before. And I came in, and for 3 years I did that job. And I did it well enough that 3 years later, this district hired me to be its high school principal, having never been a high school principal before. And I like to feel that I've done well enough in that job that here's where I'm sitting today. I can't guarantee you I'm not going to make mistakes, because I will. I will make bad choices, but I'll make them for the right reasons. I will ask a lot of questions. I will seek a lot of advice. I won't make decisions in a vacuum. But I believe my work history here over the last 9 years, and the things that I've done for this district, and the leadership that I've brought at my the position I'm in now and the position I was in before, shows that I'm going to work hard for you. I'm going to do what it takes to get the job done. And I can't make you feel all warm and fuzzy about hiring somebody that hasn't sat in the chair before. I can't do that. And I can't guarantee you that, you know, I'm not going to struggle a little bit here and there. But I know the cabinet members here. I've worked with them closely. They are an amazing group of people, and I know their capabilities. I know the principals that are in the district, and I know their capabilities, and they are an amazing group of people. I know the capabilities of a lot of the teachers in the district. So I walk in already knowing what we can do and what we can take on. And I think that makes me different than someone that does have experience in another district, because I have experience here. And I know this district pretty much inside and out. And I feel that helps me overcome that lack of experience.
Thank you.
Question, are you one that thinks outside the box? Short question.
Short question?
Yeah.
Yes. Short answer, yes.
Okay.
I do believe I am.
Mr. Benty, I'm going to build on Jerry's type of question again. So we've also spent a lot of time deliberating on the benefits of an internal candidate, some of which you were just commenting on, and the benefits of an external candidate. Could you comment on that, and could you also share new ideas you might have for our district that would distinguish you as a new leader in our community? And what ideas do you have about new vision for Faribault?
So I talked a little bit about some of my new vision, is that I can't say exactly what Mr. Bellingham had talked about this in the previous board meeting. We know where we are. We know where we want to be. But the question is, how do we break that down to how do we get there? How do we answer that question, how we get there, right? I liken it to, I'm 215 pounds. I want to be 190 pounds. How do I get there, right? And that's the tough part, getting there. That's the tough part, is going through the steps to get there. So I go back again to, you break it down into year 1, year 3, year 5, and really looking at that vision that year 1 needs to be a reinvestigation of what it is, and I'm going to honestly focus on elementary and early childhood here, because I think that's where a lot of our focus needs to be over the next few years, is that what is it that we can do to make those programs stronger? They're already really strong programs, but how do we fill in some of the gaps? How do we fill in some of the missing pieces for those students so that we are catching them up to be at grade level, or potentially even above grade level? And year 1 is really that reinvestigation. I don't have an answer. I have some ideas. I mean, it's easy to say, well, we'll do a STEM school. Oh, we'll do a dual language immersion school. Oh, we'll change the calendar to a continuous learning calendar, a 45-15 deal. Those are all great ideas, but I think one of the pieces that we were really lacking when we looked at this 6 years ago was we didn't bring in any community to discuss this. And then we said, oh, we're looking at this, and the community immediately said, why? Why are you looking at that? And our answer was, because we want to do something different. So I think year 1 has to be the reinvestigation of it, along with polling the community, surveying the community, bringing the community in and saying, we need to do something different. We need to look different than the school to the north of us and the school to the south of us. We need to offer something different than they do. And then by the time we get to year 3, we are working on that. We are building it. There's a lot of things that we can do that don't cost a lot of money. There's a lot of things that we can shift and change that really doesn't financially hurt us. But we have to have the community buy-in. And then by the time we get to year 5, we've got it built. And then we start really looking at modifying it, tweaking it, changing it, being flexible with it to what our needs are at that time. And as the last 2 years have explained to us, we have to be flexible in our thinking and in our planning, because we never know what's going to come at us. So I really think that we need to look at some type of programming change, structure change, grading change, something at our elementary to better meet the needs of our students. What that exactly is, I do not know. But together, as all of us, our 700 staff in our district, and our 23,000 people in our community will figure it out. And then we can start working together on the same page towards it.
Mr. Benty, I heard you talk about it at the elementary level, and you don't know, right? I mean, you're honest with that, you don't
Yeah.
know. You've helped implement a ninth grade academy. We've heard other candidates talk about that ninth grade year, whether it's a ninth grade academy or they call it whatever they want, but I think at the end of the day, it's the same thing.
Yes.
How do they get extra attention there? Are you aware of any programs like that at the elementary school? And I know you said you don't know how to get there, but are you aware of anything out there today that has that kind of focus on those kids with, you know, that are in that gap, right, that need the additional support? Are you aware of anything?
I'm not aware of programs that, like the ninth grade academy. I think we have been very innovative in utilizing our grant money. So the tour that I took, we went to Jefferson. And I love Jefferson. It's right up the street from the high school. I'm there all the time. Our kids are there all the time. So when I look at Jefferson, what I see is a school that has a lot of push-in services. So they push in EL services, they push in SPED services, they push in those. And to me, that's the way to go. It's not necessarily using our financial resources to lower class size. It's using our financial resources and using our personnel resources to meet the needs of the students. So, you know, if Ms. Steves is a fourth grade teacher this year and she has 25 students, and for the most part they're fine and there's a few here and there that need some help, we push some services in. But next year, she might get a mix of students that has significant needs. And we need to be able to reallocate some of those resources year by year to help her and help the students that are in that class. So setting up a program that is locked into, this is the number of students, this is what we're going to do, I don't think that's flexible enough to meet the needs of the students as they change throughout the year.
I think we're doing pretty good on time, so I'm going to ask another follow-up question. I think what I'm hearing is year one to re-examine. I think what I'm also hearing is likely some type of recommended change. I think, Mr. Robichaud, you asked a previous candidate a similar question. And how do you deal with resistors, if you will, right? I mean, this is the way we've always done it, and this is what works for me and my schedule and my husband's schedule and my spouse's schedule and my family schedule. But at the end of the day, if we look at what's truly best for students, how do you deal with the staff that may really put up the roadblocks or dig their heels in and say, I don't want to do this?
Those are tough questions, and those are difficult conversations to have. It goes back to, I think, some questions that I would ask is, what do you believe around student learning? Are you making a decision based on what you want or based on what the student's needs are? It's difficult in the sense that we are dealing with people. The first year I took over at the high school, I asked a ton of questions of my secretary because she had been there for a very long time. And responses I kept getting was, I said, why do we do this? Answer, that's what we've always done. That's the way we've always done it. And after about 2 months of that, I said, enough. I said, that cannot be a response anymore. That can't be a response to the question. And it was amazing how when we just took out that response and we said, nope, we're not accepting that response, give me something different, how it caused people to think, stop, process, and think about why we were doing that. And it was just this little change, but it caused people to really examine what we are doing and is it beneficial? Is it working? you have said many times the definition of insanity. And it's true, but it's such a comforting cycle to fall into. You know, anytime we get stressed, we fall into our own old bad habits because they're comfortable. And change is not comfortable to most people, especially when it doesn't feel right and it doesn't sound right, and especially when it involves my most precious thing that in my life. That's why the trust has to come first. The community has to be able to look at the leadership of the district, the leadership of the buildings. They have to be able to look at the 7 of you and say, even though I don't know exactly if this is right, I trust that you're making the right decisions for my child. We work in a very, very unique field. People send us their most precious gifts every single day and trust us to take care of them. John Curry, who I mentioned a lot, I drop his name a lot because I learned a lot from him. He said, when parents send their students to, they want to make sure they're safe, they want to make sure they're cared for, and oh, by the way, if they learn something while they're there, that's great too. You know, and it's really, we focus on those pieces. But yeah, it's not going to be easy.
Thank you. Mr.
Chair, I
Rosenthal.
wonder if I could just ask, unrelated to that, but I want to go back to your transition from cabinet's colleague to a supervisor. Not that this would happen, but how would you sense that a former colleague of yours in the district is now taking advantage of you because of that relationship you had formed as a colleague rather than a supervisor, and how would you deal with that?
Yeah, so first of all, let me say I don't foresee that happening, but.
It's a for
Absolutely,
scenario.
absolutely. And it's a very fair question. That becomes a difficult but necessary conversation with me and that person now, to say, our relationship is different now. I no longer work at the same level that you do. And it sounds terrible, but I am now your boss. So our relationship has to be different. It has to be that we can still talk, we can still joke, we can still laugh, but there has to be an understanding of respect and understanding of mutual respect back and forth, but also an understanding of that positional authority as well. I'm going into this knowing full well. I sat on a MSU board for students that were thinking about going into education, and one asked, well, what's it like to be a principal? And they went down the line, there was like 8 of us, they went down the line and, give us one word that's what it's like to be a principal. And they went down the line and it was, inspiring and, thought-provoking and leader and this. And they got to me and I said, if I'm being honest, it's lonely. And everyone was like, what? And I said, you don't understand. Everyone that's in the building that I run reports to me. It's very difficult for me to be friends with the people that are in the building for that exact reason. And I know full well, moving to the next level, it's going to be more lonely because now everyone in the district will report to me. So it's lonely.
Welcome to my world. Thank you, Jan.
Any other questions on any of that? Otherwise, I think, Mr. Olson,
Yeah, if the position was offered to you, would you sign the contract?
Yes. Once I decided to apply, I decided I'm in. This is what I'm going for. So I would absolutely be looking at signing a contract.
Follow up what Jerry was talking about, being lonely. Well,
In my professional life. Okay,
Okay.
my wife's watching right now. I got to be careful here.
That, of course, the staff reports to you, and then you report to us, and for us, we're all lonely, right? What do you think of that power structure of staff to you, to us, and then for us to the public?
Yeah, some people call it I like, let's put it this way, I like to call it the chain of responsibility. So I think that issues should go from teachers to building leaders. If it's not resolved, then it should go building leaders to superintendent. And then if it's still not resolved, it should go from teachers to school board members. So I think we need to follow, they call it the chain of command. I prefer to call it the chain of responsibility. So is that what
Yeah.
what you were asking?
But you're the type of person that you don't care for the end arounds. All of a sudden, instead of going up through the power structure, all of a sudden just maybe even goes to you or goes to us right away. Like, why didn't you go through this? I mean, what would you do with that person? Could be a staff or even could be a parent.
Yep, so I think those are two different pieces. So if it's a parent, what I would say is I would listen, I would, validate what they're saying, and then I would say, okay, have you talked to the principal? If it's an issue with a teacher, I would say, have you talked to the teacher? I would redirect them. If it's a staff member, it's a little bit, I shouldn't say it's a little bit different, it's different, because the expectation is that they follow that chain of responsibility, that if you have an issue in your classroom, you should be going to your building leader. So the first thing I would ask is, I would once again listen and empathize and say, okay, but I would say, have you talked to your building principal about that? If the answer was no, redirect, you need to talk to your building principal about that. If I felt that they were coming to me like to try to get someone in trouble or something like that, then that's something that we need to investigate on, why are you doing this? Does that help you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Benty, is there anything additional you would like to add that we have not discussed, either today or during the initial interview?
What I've talked about a lot of the pieces here. This is a position that I have thought really long and hard about. My thinking around this position started this past summer when I really started kind of getting like, oh, this is actually going to happen. Mr. Sester's really going to retire this time, And I had people start to talk to me about it, and I said, that's something that I'm going to think about. I've had many conversations with my family and my wife around it. Many conversations around the increase in time, especially evening activities, that it would be for me, to make sure that my family's okay with it, because my family does come first. And we agreed that, yes, this is something. I spent a lot of time in September really doing a personal inventory of what it is that I really am good at and enjoy about my job. And what it came down to was, when I looked at the duties of a superintendent, that was really where I saw my strengths. And then we did a bunch of strengths finders work as a leadership team here, and it validated all of that. It came back that I'm a restorer. That's my number one trait. I'm a restorer. I come in, I listen, I figure out what's going on, and I help make things better. I've been telling people for years I'm a fixer. Now I actually have an official term for it. It's restorer. So this is a position that I did not decide at the last minute that, oh, I'll give this a shot. This is something that I have thought about for a very long time. It's also something that, and Mrs. Steves asked this question, is something that if I get this position, I'm giving up a lot of my safety net, because you can look at me in a year and say, no thanks. And I'm losing my tenure, and I'm losing that safety net that I have for me and my family. But I believe that I can do great things with this district. And I believe that with the staff that we have here and with the board that we have, that great things can start happening very quickly in this district. And that excites me, it drives me, and it's something that I definitely want to make sure that I'm a part of.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Rochelle.
Mr. Benty, you obviously know the district very well, 9 years, and you haven't just sat in your office at the high school, you've been out and about. So as you take a look at it, what is the one thing, because there's probably only one thing that you feel needs to be fixed quickly? You talk about being a restorer, a fixer. What is it that you need to, what is it you think needs to be fixed in this district?
I think the easy answer is trust. But how do you get that? How do you get there? And I honestly think it's timely communication. It's letting the staff, or excuse me, letting the community know what it is we're doing here. Getting the word out of all the great things. It's flipping the narrative. It's our narrative. We get to decide what it is. We shouldn't be focusing on the negative things that happen in our district. Negative things happen in every single district, in every single school. We need to focus on and publicize and promote the positive things that we are doing here in the district. I talked at my last interview about how I took the negative connotation of we are Faribault and flipped it into a positive connotation that we are Faribault. I think that same thing needs to happen with our perception in the community. And I wish there was one answer to that, but I think it's a multitude of different answers. It's building trust, but it's also timely communication and pushing out the narrative that we know is true, that others might not either know or might not believe is true.
Thank you.
Mr. Benty, that is our list of stated questions. Do you have any other questions or comments for us?
I'm going to kind of steal one of your questions. What is, so if I were, or depending on whoever is fortunate enough to get this position, what is the one thing that you want to see done by the superintendent in the first 90 days that they're on the job?
We want to start with that?
I could pass a levy. Because, well, it's almost 90 days, right? We go from July 1, okay, July, August, okay, close there. No, but probably communicating with the community, establishing that trust and relationship. Back, I think that's the community has spoken loud and clear, and that would be mine.
Yeah, I would say, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
You know, obviously passing the levy or making sure that goes through, but I'm here on the board because I believe in the, I mean, we're all here on the board because we believe in the positive things, but helping us share that message is a priority.
Well, I appreciate what you said about in year one, kind of taking stock of situations. I think that's really important for anyone who comes in new to the district, that they take some time to observe what's around them before they start announcing or pronouncing. And fortunately, you know, you're in a different position than someone coming in new, but I assume that would be the same, that I'd like to see someone who comes in and observes for a little while before taking action. But not too long, but 30 days.
I guess what I would look at, Mr. Benty, is for you to have a professional development plan for yourself as to how you're going to grow as a superintendent of schools. You say you're going to be here, probably retired from Faribault. That's great. It's good to hear that, but maybe not. So I'd like to see you develop a professional development plan for yourself in those first 90 days.
Okay.
Along with all the other things that come along with being a superintendent. You're not licensed yet, right? You're working on your license.
Yeah, so all of my work is done, all of my coursework is done, all of my hours are submitted. I just have to finish my portfolio and present it.
That's good, okay. But I'd like to see a professional, for you personally, your professional growth.
For us that are not familiar with that process, is that a minor formality? Yes?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olson, any feedback from Mr. Benton?
No, not really. Being, of course, the adopted school, you know, and over the years, talked to Jamie, and my grandson is in there, and of course, you know the story of that. And like I said, I'm excited to progress, especially in vocational. These students need jobs, not welfare. And any kind of trade, or even if it's a 4-year college, that's fine. But, which is expensive, 4 years. But again, get out there in the trades or teach them to live on their own, support themselves. To me, that's really important, and not be a burden on society.
Your
I do
question
just-
was for the first 90 days, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
So if you were to be hired, I would expect you to hire a high school principal. Second of all, I understand that the summer is off for the vast majority of our staff. However, I would expect that our new superintendent somehow, some way have meetings with these individuals. Could be coffee, could be lunch, could be whatever, I don't care. But I think it's a really, really good time where they're not stressed, hopefully, and find out from our staff where some of our gaps are, right? I think we would all agree that we have a lot of good things going. But I think we would all also agree, and Superintendent Sesker as well, there's plenty that we can improve upon. There is no perfect district, to my knowledge. And so, and with all our input variables, if you will, students, resources, talent, everything constantly changing, right? That's difficult. So I would love to see, not necessarily big changes in those first 90 days, but I would love to see some identification, almost like a SWOT analysis from our staff of this is what internally we see our strengths are, what our weaknesses are, things that, and then doing that again with our community, right? I think that's vital because, you know, a school year is interesting in how it works versus the calendar year and all that stuff. And especially with the majority of our staff, teaching staff, if you will, working 9 months out of the year and not longer, right? So how do you work in that downtime of teachers to get feedback? And maybe I'm the only one that feels that way, but I think it'd be really interesting, so.
I only have one other question, and it's because vision is very important to me, but common vision is more important. What is your vision for Faribault Public Schools over the next 3 to 5 years?
Who wants to start with that one?
I am very much with you. Focus on early childhood and elementary. Reconsider whether or not we need an elementary model that distinguishes us in the local community of the region, and to really continue to build the early childhood. Like you mentioned, I think it's really important to take a long view. Not at all at any point sacrifice any of the kids who are in second grade on from at this point, but I think it's really important that we invest deeply in those early years for a long-term plan.
Well, the research shows every dollar that you put into early childhood saves you $11 in the end.
We just had that conversation, that's right.
Other board members?
I just, I think you've hit on a lot of it, and I agree with Ms. Cavalier about the early childhood. We need to appropriate more time, human resources and capital resources in that area. Because yes, the research shows very close, very succinctly that closes the gap also. It's really not a vision, but maybe a description. that in 5 years, we won't recognize this district because we've moved from the status quo to a more challenging environment for all of our students, that we will see embraced, students more embraced for who they are rather than what we think they are, that we will have more students engaged in the process of decision-making in this district, that we will capture that resource that will make us a better district.
I would piggyback on those, but my vision in 3 to 5 years is to have our programming here in Faribault Public Schools, and I really like the P16, or Early Childhood 16 concept, to be so dynamic that our capture rate of students here in Faribault goes from 50%, 60% to as high as possible. That, once again, using your quote, "We are Faribault." So when people say Faribault, you go dynamics. What's the first thing you think of when you hear Faribault? You think dynamic public schools. You know, E16, early childhood to 16, 12. That's my vision for the schools there.
Steve, Mr. Olson?
Yeah, I echo everything, I guess, the early childhood and focusing on all of our students being excellent every day. And that's within our school buildings, you know, before or after year 16, and helping them contribute to our Faribault, which is our Faribault.
Mr. Olson?
Treat all our students the same, no matter where they come from, who they are, what they are. Just if they need help, let's get them the help. And let's not pigeonhole them into a certain class or anything. It's just a student. In fact, you're blind, you're deaf. You just want to teach that student up to graduation and beyond.
I think all extremely great remarks. As I look at our agenda, we have 5 strategies on there. In 5 years, we better be better at every single one of them. If we're not, we failed. Our action items failed, our conversations failed, all that. So student-centered learning, equity, mental health and safety, school climate, family and community engagement. You know, we probably as a board and probably as a district need to find a way to better measurement. Because if we are going to be better in 3 to 5 years, how do we know we're better, right?
Exactly.
Does it feel better today? Yeah, today it does, today it doesn't, whatever. But I think that simply better, students being better. Community trust, a tighter knit relationship. The only reason I ran for the school board is I think we need to figure out ways to how do we attract and retain more talented people and families in this district. And I think having better schools is a big, big part of that. Anything else?
No,
We've got
thank you.
7 minutes potentially if you want.
Well, I don't know how to tap dance, so even if I did, I don't think you would want to see it, so
No,
that is all that I have, unless you have anything else for me.
no,
Board members, any questions or comments?
No.
no. Thank you, Mr. Benti.
So, Mr. Benti, thank you. As we approach our close here, we appreciate your time and wish you the best efforts. And we thank you for your daily work being the principal at the high school, and I think we all recognize that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that said, I guess we're going to take about a 7-minute break. Is that all right, everybody? We'll come back at 2 o'clock, and then we'll have what we call our caucus session, if we will, and that can last as little or as long if there's anything we want to discuss. And we'll kind of, Drew, if you're all right, we'll take about a 7-minute recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
in-person finalist candidate interviews. And now we have some time, as much time as we want, to caucus, if you will, and if we have any questions. As a reminder, we do start at, is it 9 tomorrow morning with Ted Blazing? I'm just checking my calendar here. Yes, 9 o'clock tomorrow, and we should plan on 3 hours or so, likely. At that time, Nicole Yoakum, who's right next door with the staff and community group, will be bringing in her, feedback and all that stuff to us. And so this is an opportunity for anybody to ask any questions or anything like that. Mr. Bellingham, earlier you had made a comment about, candidacy talk or stuff like that, and I don't want to say it wrong or whatever, so I'd ask you to repeat that if you would.
Just my opinion, I would suggest that we, for any caucusing or whatever we have discussion of candidates, that we wait till tomorrow when Mr. Ted Blazing is here so he can help us facilitate that, so we don't birdwalk or get off any specific things here. I think that's part of the strategy there. And then it also, for me personally, gives me time to go back and review, again, each one of these candidates and their answers and things. So that's just my suggestion.
I would support that.
I think this also gives us a little bit more time if there's anybody that is still waiting or trying to get in touch with somebody for a reference check. Gives us some additional time. Tomorrow, I think when we come, we'll probably talk about some reference checks in general terms, right? Of those individuals, and we'll be prepared to give some feedback there. I think all of us were tasked with, or 2 of us were tasked with reaching out and doing reference checks on each person, if you will. So 2 of us did them on Mr. Anderson, 2 of them did it on Mr. Brown, and 2 of them on Mr. Bentes. Other thoughts or questions or comments?
Did Ted watch this? Did he watch these or not?
Mr. Olson, he was flying home. He was on an early morning flight from Florida to up here.
Oh.
So I don't know if he will be watching or if he'll watch the replays. I don't know how quickly, I don't know. I guess the minute Drew hits end, is it still automatically uploaded or not?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so Mr. Olson, I guess I really don't know.
Maybe he really doesn't have to because we are here.
That's right.
I mean, he's not making a decision, we are,
yeah.
but he's just kind of helping us.
That would align with why he said he's not at the first round interviews, because he doesn't want to have any candidate say, well, how'd I do? Right? And it doesn't matter what Ted thinks and how they did. What matters is, at the end of the day, the 6 of us are going to end up making a decision based off of feedback from the interviews, from the staff and community, from the reference checks and all that.
Because I talked to you earlier that I've had this I think 3rd time, is that what if we don't pick a candidate? And I'm not saying, this is like where I talked to you that if no one comes to the top at all, I mean, what is the process? When I'm not saying that we're going to start over, I'm just saying, what if?
Yeah, I think, I'm assuming everybody saw Mr. Blazing's email yesterday. Direction about Friday morning and some guidance, and I think that was really, really good. I think we all have to be prepared that the 6 of us might not agree on the one that is the top candidate, for all 6 of us. And we should be prepared. But as Ted put it, hopefully you will have 3 candidates that everyone would agree could do the job. And, so I think Mr. Robichaud, I think this is Ted's 41st or 42nd superintendent search, so I think he gives a lot of credence and direction. And so, Mr. Olson, this is my first, and my first sitting in this chair, and so I'm all I can tell you is I'm really hopeful that the 6 of us can come to some form of consensus on one of these 3. You know what I mean? So that's my hope.
I'm not implying that, I'm not going to, I'm just saying.
It's a valid question, and I
It's just that if no one,
Yep, I think we're better to, see how tomorrow plays out and Mr. Robichaud?
Mr. Chair, I just want to follow up on Dr. Blazing's comment is, we selected these 3 out of the pool of 6. And what we said to these 3, and I believe the message was, we could live with any one of them as our next superintendent of schools. So the first candidate may not be my first candidate, but I certainly think all of us will do what we can to support whomever it is that we select.
I thought the interviews today were really interesting. I really enjoyed them. It was nice to only have 3 instead of 6. My question is what to expect tomorrow from Nicole's reporting. Will the room be back open and everyone who's there today will come to the meeting, or Nicole and Matt will be reporting on their behalf?
Great question. Anybody in that room, as well as the public, is welcome to come, as it's another special board meeting. It will be televised on YouTube, just like this. We don't anticipate all of them. We didn't ask them to, take a day and a half out of their
Yep.
schedule. We asked them to commit to today. So yes, Nicole will be, bring forth some form of report. What that report will not state, I just want to caution on this. Mr. Robichaud knows where I'm going with this. It will not state who the top pick is of that staff and community group, right? They are not asked to rank them 1, 2, 3. And one of the clear reasons for that is, let's just say if they came up with whoever's number 1, and we don't go with that number 1, the last thing we want all of them saying is, well, we participated in this and you didn't do anything about it. You
Yeah.
didn't listen to us, And so I think Nicole is under the instruction from Ted to, come up with common themes and positive feedback, and if there's gaps that they felt that were there. And that group over there, I believe, once again, they have until 2 to 3:30 or so scheduled, so they potentially have an hour and a half to 2 hours of caucusing that, a lot of them may do. I don't know that all of them will do it, but a fair amount, so.
That's great. And then our plan for sharing reference information, remind me one more time.
I believe, Mr. Robichaud, tell me if I'm wrong here, but I believe simply come prepared and, be able to read some stuff, just in general comments and stuff. We can certainly hand stuff in later, but it doesn't have to be detailed, every word that somebody said, all that. So just in general comments.
Comments.
Yep.
That's what we talked about.
And does that include if we've called any additional references beyond the list of provided
I
ones?
think if you'd like to add them, absolutely. Yep,
I think
absolutely.
we had a couple extended out from our list, and, okay.
With my calls, I called beyond the list. Because they reference and say, hey, I like this guy.
Yep.
Or whatever. And it just, so I said, you know what, I'm going to call beyond.
And that was totally clear in the prepared comments that you put together, Ms. Cavalier,
Yep.
was, is there anybody else I should reach out to? So totally good. Mr. Bellingham?
In the comments I've prepared for tomorrow, I'm assuming because of the reality that we do not reveal the references that we talk to, correct? Publicly, so you don't want to say, I talked to the HR person in
Oh, okay, thank you for saying that.
Chattanooga, Tennessee, or what, like that. I would assume person A, person B, whatever, these are,
So I don't say, I talked to a board member from Fairmont. Do I say that?
I think we could
Or
ask
not.
that to Ted, but I think a board member is somewhere probably likely between 5 to 7 individuals, right? So I
Over
don't
10
know if
years.
there's an issue with that, but.
Over 10 years. I mean, I'd like to know if someone was a board member versus a random person in the.
Right.
I did talk to their current superintendent, well, if there's only one.
Yep.
But I, don't put a name, but how many superintendents have they got? I mean, it just,
Right.
it's just like, well, they can, in fact, he says you can mention my name.
Sure.
And it's just like, but the board, I can just say a board member in Fairmont.
I think that's totally
You
fair.
know, it just. Are we going to have the public ask questions or no? No.
No,
No.
they won't ask questions,
Okay.
but they're certainly welcome to be here if they want.
Oh, yeah, of
just
course.
like today. And I guess I would just like to publicly thank the one individual that did come today.
Yeah.
It was nice of him to show up and listen in. And
Don't be
hopefully there's-
surprised if you get politic tonight, though, by some of the community people.
Could be, yep, could be.
Phone calls and stuff, so.
Sure. Any other thoughts or questions?
I can mention one thing. Nicole mentioned the questions with your notes. You can keep them tonight, so you can go through them, but please bring them tomorrow so you can turn them into her.
Okay,
Because
Okay.
those are all public.
wonderful.
Who's going to transcribe my?
That one.
And then just so people are aware, I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at the agenda for Monday night, but I believe there is a discussion item on there just related superintendent search discussion only. We simply put that on there only as a placeholder. If there's anything that we want to discuss post tomorrow, that way it's on there. If there's nothing, we just move on from it. Okay, so just so when you do review the agenda, that's what that's about.
So what's the process? I mean, when, if we're going to pick somebody, when does that happen? Because on Monday, it's a discussion.
Yep, I think, once again, Mr. Olson, I think we'll learn a lot from, with Ted here
Okay.
tomorrow in that direction. I certainly don't want to speak to it because I'm not certain, so.
I'm prepared that we're going to be making a decision about a preferred candidate tomorrow.
I believe that's
Right?
correct.
Okay.
That is our.
I mean, I'm mentally preparing that that's what we're going to
Yes,
do tomorrow.
Yes, going into this, we should be prepared to try to identify the candidate that we would like to be our next.
So that's a vote, or
Yes,
not?
Yes,
Is it-
we will have to vote on it, yes.
The vote, it's a voting.
Yes, yep, and then, you know, assuming we can identify that individual and come to consensus, then we will at some point have a vote, you know, then we would call that individual and move forward subject to background check, contract negotiation, you know, all that stuff, right? So,
So actually, there's, oh, sorry.
We call the candidate tomorrow and inform them.
you know, once again,
Okay.
I'd refer to Ted, but I believe, once we know that, yes, we would likely call that individual very quickly
And then Ted would call the other two.
to, I believe that to be the case. Once again, great questions for Ted, but I believe that to be the case.
So there's still, which I know there's a lot of steps of after tomorrow to final contract, or, you know, background checks and contract, so pick somebody, but until he or she, while he signs on the dotted line.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I would not be surprised, Mr. Robichaud, you can speak probably best to this, but in all honesty, we pick an individual tomorrow, and I wouldn't be surprised to not actually approve them, final approval, or approve their contract, or however that, or their engagement, whatever that looks like, probably in February, I suppose,
Yeah.
because you've got a month of negotiations, background, all of that, right? So is that fair to say?
Yep, all we're doing tomorrow is just offering the position to this individual. contingent
Subject
upon
to.
it. Yes, the contract would be approved, you're right, Mr. Chair, probably in February or possibly even later.
And then who does the contract negotiations?
Wasn't that established?
The contract I would, you know, I would guess that'd be part of the negotiations team, I would think. Or am I wrong on that?
Or negotiations committee.
I'm sorry, I was under understanding we set the parameters possibly for salary.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
then I thought Nicole, being the HR person and having negotiated contracts with the superintendent before renewals, would work out the details as far as 403B, health insurance, the benefit package as well there. So that, and so I don't know what degree Ted is involved in any of this, or?
What I can tell you is all three have received a copy of Todd's current contract, right? I mean, it's a public document. I believe two of the three prior to today had submitted some type of kind of compensation request, you know, if you will, one-page document of, you know, this is kind of this and this is kind of this. And so, anyway, yeah, once again, we'll look for some direction on him, but Mr. Bellingham, you very well could be right. We do have parameters. I can tell you that the two that we've seen are certainly in line with you know, what Superintendent Sesker's making today. So, you know, once again, we haven't seen a third, but Ted will guide us discuss more with us tomorrow.
When does Ted finalize his contract, or end his contract with us?
Mr. Robichaud, you want to talk about this?
I think he finalizes his contract once we have agreed on who that candidate is. There might be some cleanup that he might want to do, but beyond that, unless he is willing to assist in some of the contract negotiations, his contract will come to an end after we decide who that candidate is.
So he's not involved in the contract at all?
Well, if he wants to be, he can be. I mean, you know, that's his choice. Sometimes they will have made contact with the candidates and get some ideas, and I think he already has with a couple of them. But beyond that, no, it's really up to the board as to what that final contract is going to be.
And is there a transition period with this person, with Todd? All of a sudden, Todd leaves on June 30th and this other guy moves his stuff in. I mean,
I think it's a wonderful question, and one I can't answer, because I see 3 different candidates with 3 very different positions. Mr. Brown told us he's 5 hours away, right? So he's certainly got some form of contractual obligations to fill in Iowa. Mr. Anderson's an hour away. He's certainly got some form of contractual obligations to fulfill, and we know that they're going out for a levy. And obviously our, Mr. Vente's our, current high school principal who's local here, but it's a great question, and I'm sure there's got to be some kind of, crossover, pass-off period, if you will, but I don't know exactly what that looks like. Mr.
Mr.
Robichaud?
Chair, yeah, let me just, if I can respond to that. Usually what will happen is the candidate will have some leave days available in his or her contract. And they will apply those to come to Faribault if they have to for whatever period of time to assist in that transition. A lot of the boards said, okay, you're leaving, so we understand that, so we'll give you some days to make that transition. Oftentimes they will look for compensation for those transition days, but usually they'll use their vacation days if they
so they already get paid from the previous
if they've taken vacation days, they're going to take
vacation or whatever.
or sick leave or
So
whatever they have.
the person doesn't get double pay.
Any other thoughts or questions while we're here? Appreciate everybody's time and efforts today,
It was a
and going
great
through the
day.
questions, submitting the
It's a good
questions.
day.
That's a good day.
Again, thank you for your leadership, Chad, for this. I want to say that again.
No, thank you. Yep, appreciate it. It's, we're all only as good as a team. It's just that simple. So, but thank you. And any other closing comments real quick? If not, we are in a meeting, so we do need a motion.
I'll move to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
So moved.
Chair, may I say something?
No, not at this meeting, you cannot.
Okay.
But you're certainly welcome to catch any of us afterwards. We just don't have any community comment at this time.
Okay.
But thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Bellingham was the motion?
And I second.
Mr. Olson with the second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. We are adjourned. Thank you, Drew, for running the camera.